virus, where the numbers are on the rise, and we will be speaking with the former chief scientist of the World Health Organization, also the former Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research, one of the top voices on global public health, Dr. Samia Swaminathan, who understands what we perhaps do not about the Hanta virus. We will be asking her what is it that we know so far, what is it that we should be knowing so far, and importantly, what does this mean for summer holiday plans, courtesy the virus. So those are the top two stories in focus today on 5 Live. But first, as always, let's take you through what else is making news across the country. The National Testing Agency has cancelled the NEET UG examination held on the 3rd of May amid allegations of a paper leak and other irregularities, and also announced that the test would be conducted again, the dates for which will be announced in the coming days. Opposition has mounted a big attack on centre over NEET exam fiasco. Congress has called it the biggest scam of NDA centre. AIADMK appears headed towards a potential historic split, with a large section of the newly elected MLAs openly challenging the leadership of EPS and banking going on and giving support to Vijay's government. Himanta Biswa Sarma has taken oath as the Assam Chief Minister for the second consecutive term, strengthening the BJP's hold over the northern eastern state after its sweeping victory in the assembly elections. Meanwhile, the Congress High Command has entered the final round of deliberations, they say, over the next Chief Minister of Kerala, with the marathon round of meetings unfolding in Delhi through the day. Sources say the party is likely to take a call in the next 24 hours. In a major embarrassment to Pakistan, Lashkar commanders have admitted to the scale of their own destruction during Operation Sindur. The admission has come from none other than LET's top commander, Hafiz Abdurrauf. Meanwhile, Sensex has crashed by over 1,400 points, goes below 74,500 mark. Nifty 50 closes at 23,380 as oil prices soar, rupee weakens to a record low. A bombshell US media report has claimed that Pakistan allowed Iranian military aircraft to park at one of its key air bases during the recent conflict between Iran and United States. US media report claims President Donald Trump is increasingly frustrated with how Tehran is handling the peace deal negotiations and is considering resuming major combat operations against Iran. And Russia has announced that FM Lavrov will hold talks with our External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar on the 13th of May as part of New Delhi visit for BRICS. All right, taking you across to news just coming in. The Nashik crime branch has taken the paper leak suspect into custody, we are told. The Nashik police has now detained the suspect, Shubham Karnar. The CBI has alerted the Nashik city police and requested their assistance in apprehending the suspect. Specific details regarding the individuals were furnished by the Rajasthan police, we are told. Pictures on your screen over there. And this has been an attempt to conceal his identity. The suspect has shaved his head, was on his way to visit a temple within Nashik city. All right, that's the big breaking news at this hour. The first of the many suspects in the NEET paper leak case is now in custody of the Nashik police. They have now detained a suspect named Shubham, and they feel that it is through him that they will be able to piece together the entire sequence of events and how the paper leak actually took place. My colleague Shivani joins us for more details on this. Shivani, what more can you tell us?
See, the protests are being staged not only by the NSUI but the SFI here at Shastri Bhavan, and the protesters have been detained. And you can see the heavy deployment of police and the CRPF still remains here. This is the area where the protests were staged today. Initially, the NSUI had demanded the cancellation, but later the cancellation was announced by the NTA. And then a little while back, there was another protest by the SFI. The students were asking for resignation of the Education Minister and scrapping of NTA. They say that there's a nexus that works between the coaching centers and the examination agencies. That are the allegations that are being put forth. And they say that the aspirants are getting harmed, their future is getting harmed. So these kinds of paper leaks, this kind of nexus and irregularity should be taken very seriously. So these are the allegations. They are demanding resignation, and they've been staging protests even as the investigations are moving ahead. Sonal, we know that the SOG and the CBI, they are already
I quickly want to get an understanding from you. Since you've been speaking to a lot of these angry youth on the ground, some from a political party affiliated, others not so much. Do they have faith that those behind this will be brought to the book? Because we are now just looking at the news coming in that one suspect has been picked up in Nashik. Do they have hope? Because it's not the first time a paper leak of NEET has happened.
Certainly, Sonal, this is disheartening, especially for lakhs of those students who've been preparing for NEET examination. On 3rd of May, this examination was held across the country, and then later, just 9 days after the exam, this kind of a cancellation has come after the irregularities were surfaced and the investigations are moving ahead. And this is, in fact, not happening for the first time. There have been major examinations which have been cancelled or which have been marred by such irregularities, by paper leaks in various states, various examinations. So certainly this is a time of distress for all these students. But the protests we see here in the national capital are majorly being staged by the NSUI and the SFI, while we also keep showing how the investigations are moving ahead in this particular case, the NEET exam that was held on 3rd of May. So certainly investigations are going on. The NTA has cancelled the examination and it will be announcing a fresh date. It has also assured that this time all the measures will be strengthened so that this examination is foolproof. But certainly this is a difficult time for all the students who appeared for this exam and those who are protesting against this paper leak.
The youth of the country is angry, upset, and they want answers. They want to know why this keeps happening. Shivani, stay on with us. We'll come back to you because there is so much more to unpack in this story. But also we managed to speak with Abhishek Singh. He's the NTA DG. This is an exclusive chat that he had on India Today. Take a look at this excerpt.
NEET has now been cancelled more than once, and what was once a scandal has become a pattern. 22.7 lakh students who sat this exam are paying a price once again. 2 weeks ago, NTA Chief Abhishek Singh declared a zero-error, zero-tolerance policy. He is joining me live. Sir, this almost seems to be like a pattern. The cancellation cites central agency inputs, because the source certainly determines the scale. Was it the IB, the CBI, or the state police, Mr. Singh?
See, like as we had mentioned before before the examination was held on 3rd of May, that this will be a zero-tolerant examination, a zero-error examination, and anybody who thwarts the efforts of the 22 lakh students will be met with the strong arm of the law. We were vigilant before the conduct of the examination, on the day of the examination, and also after the examination. Till the conduct of the examination, every complaint that was received was verified. We blocked 120 Telegram channels. We made an appeal to all the students that in case anybody tries to sell any question papers or anything like that, please do report. We got a report on 7th of May, 4 days after the conduct of the examination, from a whistleblower saying that some messages were circulated on WhatsApp which had some content which were part of the examination. So even though it was received after 4 days, after 96 hours, we verified that complaint on 2 grounds. One, whether even a single question from that PDF was matching with what was asked in the examination. And number 2, was this PDF in circulation before the examination? When part of it was found to be true, we realized that if we continue with the present set examination that was conducted, it will not be fair for the 22 lakh students who had worked in and day out for this examination.
But Abhishek, there is a huge disappointment among the students. They feel that this entire testing agency lacks credibility and transparency. How will you assure the students that this scandal will not repeat? It almost seems like a pattern now, sir.
We understand the anguish and the anger of the students and the parents. I know a lot of effort goes into this preparing for this examination, writing this examination. But had we not acted, had we allowed these scamsters to be able to do what they tried to do, it would have further been something which would have not been fair for the large majority of students. So even though it's a tough decision on part of parents, on part of students, on part of NTA to conduct this examination, again, we take complete responsibility of that. We have said that we'll not be charging any more fees. We are refunding the fees that we had charged earlier. We are committed to conduct a zero error examination. I know till we actually do it, we will not be able to prove what we are saying.
All right, so what exactly happened on this story? Let's take you through the timeline over there. NEET UG 2026 has been cancelled. Nearly 22 lakh students who gave months of their lives, if not years, who sacrificed sleep, relationships, certainly, all now stand at crossroads. They do not choose. There are years of struggle, there are years of sacrifice, there are years of pain, and today all of this stands very, very uncertain. This actually, if you look in closely, is a story of 9 days. The 9 days that began with an exam and ended with shattered dreams. Let's break down those 9 days of shattered dreams for you, which began on the 3rd of May when the NEET UG was conducted across India. Over 22 lakh students participated. On the 6th and 7th, similarities between the exam paper and the so-called guess papers were flagged off. And an unimaginable suspicion there began to shake everyone, the suspicion of a paper leak. By 7th of May, the NTA received inputs regarding alleged malpractices and a probe was initiated into the suspected leak. On the 8th of May, the NTA referred the matter to central agencies. Within just 2 days, the Rajasthan police probe began public and multi-city investigations that gained momentum, and the demand for re-exam then grew nationwide. And just a few hours ago, the NTA has cancelled now the NEET exam and ordered a CBI probe. But how exactly were these papers leaked? Let me decode this entire pan-India NEET leak trail. Let's talk about that. Investigators suspect that the NEET UG 2026 leak may have originated from a printing press in Nashik in Maharashtra, where the exam paper was reportedly printed. Sources claim an individual linked to the printing press allegedly passed the paper through a chain system, after which it reached Haryana. Investigators say that the leaked paper first landed with a doctor based in Gurugram before being circulated further to contacts in Rajasthan, including Jaipur. There is a Ramgarh and Sikar also, places like that which have been mentioned. Probe agencies now suspect the network extended far beyond Rajasthan, with evidence of the paper allegedly circulating in Jammu and Kashmir, in Bihar, in Kerala, Uttarakhand as well, possibly pointing out to a pan-India leak racket. Now, the modus operandi reveals that even more shocking details that have now come up, and according to that initial probe, question banks were circulated with use of social media. Private groups and encrypted apps were allegedly used. Around 3rd of May is when we had started seeing these Telegraph channels and Reddit talk about it really. The material was reportedly sold for 5 lakh rupees and later resold for 30,000. These question banks spread rapidly just hours before the NEET exam. Investigators suspect a Kerala MBBS student and a Rajasthan PG owner played key roles there. The PG owner allegedly even tried to cover the tracks by filing in a complaint. Imagine how creative they're getting. But at what cost? That's the real question. This year, nearly 22.7 lakh students appeared for the exam, all competing for around 2.25 lakh seats. And just the biggest question remains on who is accountable for shattering all these dreams. And not just these dreams, the future of your and my medical health care. The most impacted people in all of this are the students. Admission timelines are likely to be delayed. MBBS counselling schedules may get pushed further. Students now face a fresh preparation pressure as well, while the trust deficit in India's examination system is only deepening. Not only is the NTA facing a credibility crisis, but the controversy is also raising larger questions about the country's examination system altogether. Coaching centers there may witness a surge in enrollments while conducting a nationwide re-examination itself. That poses a massive logistical challenge. Don't mind the cost and the money involved and the effort involved as well. So who's accountable? Who is accountable for all of this? Who is answerable to these aspirants? Let's name them and let's ask these questions point blank today. Is it Dharmendra Pradhan, who must answer why repeated NEET paper leaks kept happening? Or is it Abhishek Singh, who appears to have learnt no lessons from the 2024 paper leak controversy? Is it Bhajan Lal Sharma, who must answer whether there is a free run for exam mafia in the country? Or is it Madan Dilawar, who is answerable, or perhaps at this point unable to answer the simple question, how did the exam mafia get access to the questions? Now, when questioned about this, the Education Minister refused to comment. Take a look.
सर पेपर लीक पे क्या बोलेंगे सर पेपर लीक पे सर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी की सर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी अरे भाई माइक के ऊपर जा रहा है अब धीरे-धीरे लगा हुआ है माइक लगा सर
A royal ignore to not just the press and the media, but to all those students who are now wondering what next. We are attempting to now answer that what next question for you. What should students do now? Let's turn our attention to that. Now, aspirants at this point must follow only official NTA updates. There will be a lot of panic on social media, so please do not give in to that. Go to the official website. They should avoid social media rumors and keep documents and login details ready. Students should also stay prepared for fresh examination dates and rework their revision and also study strategy. Students, if you're watching, you must also not fall for fake notices or misleading claims and should watch out for fresh admit card schedules as well. Most importantly, if you are applying, if you are sitting in for these examinations, you must try to maintain consistency and exam momentum. And for the government, we've got some questions for the government as well. The country is now awaiting answers. The youth of the country is unemployed, angry, and extremely upset with how these examinations are being conducted. So these are the questions we have for the government. Who will answer to the 22 lakh aspirants? Why do examination leaks keep happening year after year? What's the pattern? Why haven't we been able to fix it? No lessons learned from the 2024 leak as well. And can India's examination system be trusted at all? Because remember, it's not NEET, it's the police examinations, it's the CBSE, it's so many others. And then the question, did the system fail its brightest students, the hard work put by these aspirants? There is also a question of credibility of the NTA. Can NTA rebuild its credibility despite successive failures? And perhaps what the government really needs to get down to now is how deep does the exam mafia really run? The country deserves answers. Our youth deserves these answers. Students deserve accountability, and someone must answer for the hard work and future of lakhs of these aspirants. We also want to play out for you now some of the reactions.
सरकार ने मजबूरन इस पूरे एग्जाम को कैंसिल किया है। अगर सरकार व्यवस्था बनाती तो ये हालात देखने को नहीं मिलते। और इससे पहले भी शायद 2 साल पहले सीबीआई की जांच हुई थी, वो जांच की रिपोर्ट कहाँ है, किसको दंडित किया गया है, किसको सज़ा दी गई। तो सरकार सिर्फ वेट करती है कि कैसे ये पूरी खबरें सुर्खियों से हट जाएं और फिर हम अगला आगे कदम उठा लें। लेकिन जो 22-23 लाख बच्चों ने एग्ज़ाम दिया है, और ख़ासकर जो निर्दोष बच्चों ने ईमानदारी से पढ़ाई करी है, एग्ज़ाम्स दिया है, उनकी व्यवस्था उनको कौन संभालेगा? उनका जो पैसा, टाइम और मोर देन दैट उनका जो जज्बात हैं, जो उन्होंने इतनी प्रेरणा से पढ़ाई करके एग्ज़ाम दिया होगा, उनके साथ क्या बीतती होगी? कौन संभालने वाला है? आपने एक इंक्वायरी ऑर्डर कर दी, अब इंक्वायरी की रिपोर्ट कब आएगी? कौन जिम्मेदार होगा? तो सरकार को जिम्मेदारी लेनी पड़ेगी। और शिक्षा विभाग कर क्या रहा है? मुझे लगता है कि शिक्षा विभाग ने इसको अपने हाल पे छोड़ रखा है, और बहुत पावरफुल लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व होंगे, अदरवाइज इतना व्यापक स्केल पर पेपर लीक हो नहीं सकता।
All right, let's hear from the students now. Let's cut across to my colleague Dev Ankur, who's outside a coaching center in Kota. Dev, take us through what exactly are the students feeling at this point? I mean, I can only understand or attempt to understand the frustration the kids must be under.
Well, Sonal, there were some more students about a couple of minutes ago over here, but still, I do have a few students with me right now. You mentioned about the plight or the anxiety that the students must be going through. These are students, all these 3 girls are in class 10 right now. But imagine those students, lakhs of those students who honestly gave this paper this year and right now are in a huge dilemma. They do not know what will happen with their future. When will the date be decided of the re-examination? Whether that re-examination itself will be happening in a foolproof manner or not. So all of those questions are extremely crucial questions. I do have these 3 girls with me. You are Alankrita. जो पेपर कैंसिल हुआ है नीट का, उसको लेकर क्या कहना? आपको लगता है कि ये जो बार बार हो रहा था, ये नहीं होना चाहिए? एनटीए की भूमिका जो है वो कटघरे में है
सर। बिल्कुल, बहुत गलत हुआ। बच्चे इतना सेक्रीफाइस, अपने पेरेंट्स को छोड़ के बहुत बच्चे आए इतना, और मेहनत भी बहुत ज़्यादा की है, और फिर लास्ट में एट द एंड ये सब हो गया, तो बहुत ज़्यादा
तो ये भी लगता है कि जो पहले इतनी बार हो चुका है, 2024 में हुआ, फिर इस साल हुआ, आप जिस साल अटेम्प्ट करेंगी नीट का, अगर फिर से आपको एंग्जाइटी होती है, क्या ये आपके साथ भी हो सकता है?
ऑफकोर्स सर, मुझे ऐसा लगता है तो 2024 में भी इन्होंने पेपर लीक कर दिया था, फिर 25 में इन्होंने पेपर इतना हार्ड कर दिया था, और फिर 26 में ऐसा हो गया। तो ऑफकोर्स हमें ऐसा लगता है कि इन फ्यूचर अपकमिंग जनरेशन का भी ऐसा लग सकता है कि हो सकता है, और ये बहुत गलत हो रहा है एजुकेशन सिस्टम से।
आप कहाँ से हो?
यूपी।
क्या नाम है?
सिद्धि।
आप बताओ, जो जिस तरह से बार बार ये सामने आ रहा था कि एनटीए प्रॉपर्ली एग्जामिनेशन नहीं करवा पा रहा था नीट का, आपको लगता है कि जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी है, जो गिल्ट है, वो फिक्स होना चाहिए? कौन है रिस्पॉन्सिबल इसके लिए?
ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पे लोग बच्चे इतना मेहनत कर रहे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं, और उसके बाद फिर एनटीए इतना ध्यान देना चाहिए उन लोगों को कि पेपर लीक ना हो, बट स्टिल वो लोग नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। उन लोग को अगर अगली साल हम लोग को भी देना है 2 साल बाद, तो क्या पता हमारे चांस में भी हो जाए।
तो वो एंग्जाइटी आपके मन में अब आ गई है कि आपके साथ भी ऐसा हो सकता है?
बहुत ज़्यादा आ गई है एंग्जाइटी की, क्या पता हमारे भी हो जाए। हम इतना मेहनत करके फिर पेपर का पता नहीं डेट कब आए, उसके बाद लीक हो जाए, तो हो सकता है कि हम।
आपका क्या नाम है?
श्रुति।
कहाँ से हो श्रुति?
बिहार से।
आप बताओ, यहाँ पे आप बिहार से पढ़ने के लिए आई हुई हो, इतनी दूर आई हो कोटा में, और इस प्रकार की एंग्जाइटी अब आपके मन में भी आ गई है क्या कि जो इस साल हुआ है वो फिर से हो सकता है? और एनटीए जो है वो बिल्कुल भी अकाउंटेबल क्या नहीं है? क्या उसकी जो 2024 में हुआ, क्या उस समय अगर ठीक ढंग से अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स की गई होती तो आपको लगता है इस बार नहीं होता ऐसा?
हाँ, बच्चे इतने ज़्यादा दूर से आ रहे हैं, उन्हें इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, फिर उसके बाद पेपर लीक हो जा रहा है, फिर उसके बाद दोबारा एग्ज़ामिनेशन करवाया जा रहा है। उसकी वजह से बच्चे बहुत ज़्यादा वो हो जा रहे हैं कि अब हमें फिर से एक पल की खुशी तुरंत वो चली जा रही है कि हाँ, इतना बढ़िया पेपर गया था, उसके बाद फिर से अब देना पड़ेगा। तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक मन में थोड़ा डर रह जाता है कि दोबारा पेपर देंगे तो कैसा जाएगा।
आपको लगता है वो भले ही गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे हो या एनटीए के लेवल पे हो, the concerned authorities have failed the students time and again, जिसकी वजह से स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं वो आज इतने बड़े दिलेमा में हैं?
ऑफ कोर्स सर, बहुत इन्होंने गलत किया। बहुत बच्चों ने तो अपने बुक्स वगैरह भी बेच दी होगी इन सब चीज़ को लेकर, इतने मन में बहुत खुशियाँ भी बांट रहे होंगे, और फिर एट द लास्ट इन्होंने ये कर दिया। ये बहुत गलत हुआ इन लोग के साथ।
Well, that is a major point, Sonal. You know, several of the aspirants may have tried to find out how much they would score as per the attempts that they made, and they may have thought that they have already, have done really well and perhaps would be clearing the examination.
Yeah.
They may have already made plans for vacation.
All right, Ankur was there trying to give us a sense of what the students on ground are feeling. You know, you don't get anger from them, you just get disappointment. The sense I got from hearing those students is just pure disappointment. The loss of faith, the lack of credibility that the NTA now, the National Testing Agency, now holds. Let's get more voices. Let's cut across to Chandigarh now. My colleague Asim Basi is joining us from there. Asim, take us through what's happening there at the moment. I mean, we can only imagine what must be going on in the minds of these students and these parents as well. The political protests aside, I want to hear the voices of aspirants and parents and perhaps teachers.
Well, as soon as the NEET examination cancellation news broke out, it was devastation for the students as well as the teachers and the aspirants also. I'm with a group of teachers in a coaching center in Chandigarh, and we'll get their voices. As soon as the news broke out, what was your first reaction? Because you also taught a lot of students.
My first reaction was we were totally devastated. It was very, very, it was like very emotional for all of us. And we were like awestruck कि ये क्या हो गया? I really want to ask NTA one thing, that have they forgotten that teachers are the builders of the nation? And when teacher himself or herself loses her confidence, where will the student go? Where will be the future of our medical fraternity when the teachers themselves do not have the confidence? So this today has been a red letter day in the history of medical sciences. Why should we prepare a student when this has to be the end? I really want to ask NTA, please give us answer. Every year this is happening. We are really very disheartened.
So now the re-examination will happen, and how difficult it will be to get the morale of the students back again?
So very, very difficult, sir, because I've been studying for exam again is not easy. The child who's been preparing for the same exam for about 2 years, again, it's very difficult. It's not that easy. If I think the child has already done the examination and now you are asking him to do it again. And after this heartbreaking thing, very, very difficult.
You feel back-to-back leaks, they take a lot of confidence away as far as teachers and students are concerned?
Sir, as per me, since the news broke out, my many good students are so emotionally broken. They are crying. They are literally crying, and I'm just consoling them. Means the news is so devastating, so devastating. We have worked together for 2 years, students, our faculty, and the complete system. We have done a lot. And now at this moment, those who performed good were enjoying. And now they are returning back to Chandigarh to their PGs, that now again we have to prepare all this. Yes. NTA has to put the responsibility. This is not going to happen in 2024. This also happened. Every time the person who commit the crime, he escapes. And we students, teachers, we are the sufferers. Yes. They are crying badly. I am also crying. What is this going on? What the hell is this?
So, students are the real ones who have to really pay again, and they have to go through all the suffering and all the hard work again.
Yes, definitely. It is very bad for the students. They really worked hard for the past 2 years, and preparing again for next 1 or 2 months. It is difficult for them, especially for good students, those who are getting good marks.
So accountability needs to fix this one?
Definitely. We want an answer.
Yes.
We want an answer. We are the lecturers. We are teachers from Chandigarh.
Teachers as well. And rightly what the teachers are saying, what the hell is really going on in this country? What the hell is going on with these examinations as well? Teachers, parents, students, all are very, very angry and upset tonight. And we must get these answers from the government. On that note, we're going to slip into a very quick break. Coming up on the other side, the other big story, we've got an exclusive interview for you. The former chief scientist at the World Health Organization, Dr. Samia Swaminathan, joins us for the very latest on what's happening with the Hanta virus outbreak. That exclusive chat coming up.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
A luxury expedition cruise ship that left Argentina 6 weeks ago has become the center of a global health emergency. 3 people are dead, 7 have tested positive for a rare and dangerous virus. And today, the passengers and crew from more than 23 countries, including 2 from India, remember, are being monitored, isolated and treated. These are people from Nebraska to Netherlands, from France to Switzerland. The ship is the MV Honduras. The virus is Hanta virus, and specifically the strain is Andes. And this is what we know about the Hanta virus outbreak so far. Let me quickly take you through that. Now, let's put a timeline in front of you of what exactly happened. We'll start with the 1st of April. The Honda sailed from Ushuaia, one of the southernmost cities on the earth, and at the very tip of Argentina. On board, there were about 150 passengers and crew. 23 nationalities headed for Antarctica and a string of remote South Atlantic islands. What investigators now believe is that at least one passenger, a 70-year-old Dutch man, was already carrying the virus when he boarded. He has spent 4 months traveling Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, after, right, in fact, before he started his voyage, and likely picked up the infection from contact with wild rodents somewhere along that route. 5 days into the voyage, he fell ill. By the 11th of April, he was dead before doctors even knew what they were dealing with. His 69-year-old wife, a close contact through his illness, fell sick at the ship's next port, St. Helena. She was airlifted to Johannesburg. She died there on the 26th of April. She was later confirmed as the outbreak's first lab-verified hantavirus death. The husband could not even be monitored. He was already wrapped up. By then, a British passenger was also in intensive care in South Africa, and a German woman on board the cruise had developed pneumonia, and on the 2nd of May, she died. The ship's own doctor had been symptomatic. 3 people are now dead from the hantavirus, and on the 2nd of May, the World Health Organization received its first alert. Now, today, the WHO has put out the confirmed number of cases to 7, laboratory-confirmed PCR testing 2, and 3 people have died, like we said, but several governments are reporting a higher figure. Up to 11 cases combined when probable and provisional results are included. A Spanish passenger tested provisionally positive. Just yesterday, a French woman fell ill on her repatriation flight back home. One American has been confirmed at the University of Nebraska's biocontainment unit, with 15 more passengers under quarantine there. The numbers as we speak are still moving. Now, why is this particular outbreak so unusual? Now, hantavirus normally spreads one way, from rodents to humans. But in this case, this Andes strain is a single exception. It is the only known hantavirus that can, in rare cases, not so rare this time around, transmit from person to person, though often through close, prolonged contact. That is exactly what investigators believe happened on the ship, the cruise. The index case, or case 0 as it's called, the Dutch man, infected others in the confined space of the cruise. The ship's doctor, who had been treated, also became a case himself. So far, the good news, the only good news we know so far, is that genetic sequencing has confirmed the strain has not mutated. It is the same Andes virus already known to science, not a new mutant, so this is not a new threat. But follow along to actually understand what happened next. On the 10th of May, the ship docked at the Tenerife in Canary Islands after weeks of sea and stops at Cape Verde. Then there was Ascension, there was also St. Helena, where they could safely disembark. It's sick. All these ports they crossed, but they could not get them out. The WHO director finally had to fly down to Tenerife, personally oversee the evacuation, and the repatriation flights carried passengers back to their home countries under strict health protocols, what Spain's health minister described as an unprecedented operation. Several other countries had said no. Spain said, we'll deal with it. As of today, the ship has left the Tenerife and is heading to Rotterdam, carrying around 30 crew members and 2 health workers. More than 100 passengers and crew from over 20 countries are being monitored and isolated. The WHO is clear on one point and has repeated it throughout that this is not another COVID. Andes virus and the strain does not spread easily. It requires sustained close contact. There is no evidence of community transmission just yet. And the risk of general public getting it is assessed to be low by the WHO as of today. But the cases are still being confirmed, and the passengers now dispersed across the globe are being incubated, are in their incubation period. A lot of them have been told to self-isolate. The incubation period is too long, so the worry actually begins there. We also now have heard for the first time from the captain of that cruise, Honda's cruise. Listen in.
And I must commend my crew for their courage and their selfless resolve that they showed time and again in the most difficult moments. I could not imagine sailing through these circumstances with a better group of people, guests and crew alike. Most importantly, our thoughts are with the ones that are no longer with us, and whatever I say will not ease this loss, but I'd like you to know they are with us every day in our hearts and our thoughts. In a situation like this, every image and every word can be taken out of context. This can be very painful to the people on board, especially they're already dealing with grief, worry, and perhaps uncertainty. As a captain of Hondius, my job is to lead my crew, take care of my guests, and see the ship safely to port. And our responsibility does not end there, does not end with our arrival in the Canaries. So we've all been a part of this voyage, and I wish nothing more to everybody, guests and crew alike, to be able to go home safely and in good health. On behalf of Oceanwide Expeditions, my crew, myself, I ask for privacy and respect to our guests and their families and our crew members in this difficult time. We've sailed through this together across the sea. Now, we hope to see everybody safely at home. Thank you very much.
Imagine the plight of those passengers and crew. They know there's a deadly virus on board. No country is ready to let them dock. Finally, somebody comes in to help. The cases are rising. People are getting sick. Imagine that anxiety. And now, so many more who have now come back living with it. So let's really get down to the details on what exactly is happening and how exactly does this virus spread. I couldn't think of a better person to actually speak about this. Joining us next is Dr. Samia Swaminathan. Dr. Swaminathan needs little introduction, but she's been the Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research. She's been the former Chief Scientist at WHO, as well as one of the most leading voices that we know on this issue. Ma'am, thank you so much for your time. My first question today. We know that Hanta virus is not new. We also know that the Andes strain is not new. It has not mutated. So what changed? Why is this situation currently where we are looking at cases rising by the day?
Right. So we have a lot of viruses, as you know, and the Andes strain of the Hanta virus is the one strain that is known to spread from person to person. Normally, the Hanta viruses spread from rodents to man. So it's a zoonotic infection. You come into contact with rodent urine or stool or, aerosolized version of that, you get infected. But this particular strain, the Andes strain, which is mainly predominantly found in Latin America, has been described to spread from human to human, but only after close physical contact. Now, cruise ship is an ideal place for an outbreak, particularly if it is spread through close physical contact or in the airborne route. And I think many of us will remember the Diamond Princess, the ship that was the first one actually off the coast of Japan that had the COVID outbreak. And at that time, we didn't know much about COVID, but that was one of the first signs that it's an airborne spread. Now, in this case, compared to the number of people who were on the ship, very few have been infected, and mostly they have been people who've either shared a cabin or been in close physical contact for a prolonged period. And that's how this infection spread. So it's not that rapid airborne spread like COVID. However, the concern, of course, is that for people around the world, is this the beginning of something that can spread around the world and that can cause outbreaks in every country and become a pandemic? And the answer is no, it cannot, because the virus is very different from a measles virus or a SARS-CoV-2 virus or even an influenza virus that spreads quite easily from person to person. This one cannot spread easily. So while we do have 10 infected people now, I think the number is about 10, the chances that it's going to spread further are limited. One, because of the virus and what we know about it, its transmissibility. And second, because the actions have already been taken, the public health actions to limit the spread of infection have been taken. As you know, that there was a whole team that went on board the ship. There was a very careful disembarkation procedure. Every individual was tested, screened, put into a proper equipment, personal protective equipment, and so on, then disembarked and then sent on to their countries where they are going to be under observation. They're going to be quarantined and under observation. And that's how we're now picking up. It's a long incubation period, so we've got to wait for 6 or even 8 weeks for the last clearance of all doubt that there'll be no further infections. But the fact is, this is going to be a contained outbreak, and there's no risk to the wider public.
Ma'am, you say it is a contained virus, but my question to you is this. Out of those infected, there is one flight attendant. She was not on the cruise. She was on the flight where the Dutch couple actually, they took. So when we talk about a situation like this, how seriously are we to take the question of close proximity, that it does not spread very easily? Just explain this flight attendant getting the virus to me. How could that have happened?
I don't know what personal protective equipment either the infected person or the flight attendant had on. That information I don't have. And I'm not sure if they were wearing a mask and gloves and so on. In the case of this Andes virus, we know that it infects the respiratory system. And in fact, it presents just like a influenza. So most likely the virus particles are coming out in the droplets as we speak or cough. And so there is obviously that potential of transmission. This steward, air hostess, was, I think, taking care of this person on board the flight. And again, I'm not sure what precautions were being used. And therefore, that person did have a closer contact with this individual. However, that also means that everyone who was seated near this patient is now, I think, being tracked and tested. So the contact tracing and testing will be very important in this case. And I would go back to what happened with SARS-1, actually. SARS-1, infected many more people, of course, also happened in a hospital setting and so on. It was from symptomatic people. But because the virus did not spread from asymptomatic people, it was easier to pin down people who had symptoms, properly isolate them, and then do the contact investigation. And through that, it was contained. Of course, there were almost 800 deaths and about 11,000 infected people, if I remember, but it was contained within a few months. So I believe that the same thing will happen with this one.
Okay.
Because every person who's been on both the ship and the different flights that people have taken, because people have got off the ship and been on flights. And but because we have all the logs, the passenger logs, it's possible to trace, call them, find out if they have symptoms. There are people who are now self-reporting because authorities have said that people should be on high alert and self-report.
Right. Ma'am, I want to get one fact cleared. The thing we are told about hantavirus so far is that it does not spread very rapidly, but those who get it, it's a very intense disease. The fatality rate is quite high. But now we are looking at cases where even asymptomatic cases have developed. For example, the French woman is in hospital, is in a serious condition. The American is said to be asymptomatic but did come positive. So what does that tell us?
I think we are learning. And in medicine and in public health, you should never say never. There are always exceptions, and there's always more to be learned. And every opportunity, every outbreak like this is an opportunity to learn and to prepare for the next one. COVID taught us so many things that we didn't know about transmissibility of viruses. And this is why I'm saying that while this virus is believed to mostly spread only from symptomatic people, there isn't a whole lot of asymptomatic infection. No, however, that does not rule out that in a particular individual, they may experience very minimal or no symptoms. So I think we have to follow the principles of epidemiology. We have to, of course, update our knowledge and science as we study these kind of outbreaks. And I'm sure that with all the very detailed and in-depth investigations that have been done on board the ship and subsequently, that we're going to learn more about this Andes virus. And of course, also the fact that we have diagnostics is a good thing. The sequencing of the virus was done very quickly. So these are all things, that have come because of preparatory activities done during and after COVID. So both the South African lab, the Swiss lab, and other labs now have sequenced it. And we know that it's the same strain. It really hasn't mutated much. So again, we don't need to worry that it's mutating and it's somehow becoming very different, from the original Andes virus.
Right. Ma'am, talk to me a little bit about the RF factor of the Andes strain. How exactly does the reproductive factor work here?
So that again depends on the intrinsic transmissibility of the virus itself, but it also depends on a couple of other factors, and that is the stage of infection of the individual, the index case, and how infectious they are, and also what precautions have been taken in terms of ventilation, in terms of personal protective equipment, and whether people are really in close contact and there's an exchange of biological fluids possible, and so on. So at the beginning of the outbreak, you might see a high, transmissibility because people are still not aware of what is happening. Like, the first couple of people who got infected didn't know what was going on, but that falls. And now I expect that there'll be much fewer secondary cases. So the R0 also, changes during the course of the outbreak. But again, to say that the intrinsic transmissibility of this virus is much, much lower than SARS-CoV-2 or measles or flu.
Ma'am, I want to understand this from you once and for all. People are constantly comparing it to COVID-19. Is this a potential another pandemic?
No. The short answer is no. It's not going to be a pandemic. That one can be very confident about. But should you be concerned? I think so. I think that each of these is an opportunity for us to test our own preparedness, for every country to test its own preparedness. What would we do if this ship had been at one of our ports? The Spanish authorities allowed that ship to dock. Otherwise, all these people were out at sea, obviously getting very anxious and not knowing when they're going to get home. So let's say this happens in India next time. Are our ports prepared? Are health authorities prepared? Do we have the protocols in place? Do we have those communications that we need with other countries and our health authorities? This is where the international health regulations come in and are very important. But also it reminds us that the next pandemic could appear sometime. We don't know when, of course, and we hope it's not soon, but viruses are mutating all the time. And so it's a question of if, not when. And therefore, we should ask ourselves this question that indeed, if this were the beginning of a next pandemic, Are we better prepared as a country? Is the world better prepared? Will we be able to meet the 100-day deadline that we gave ourselves? There's a report that was produced for the NITI Aayog, which talked about how
we've got to think about how prepared is India. I'm coming to that, ma'am, which is why I'm interrupting you. There are 2 Indians on board as well. They are crew members, we are told. So far, the government says they're asymptomatic. We don't know who they are or where they are at this point. At the moment, is the biggest challenge for hantavirus the incubation period? It's 45 days. That means for a month and a half, are we expecting people to isolate?
Yeah. So I think we'll have to wait for the government advisory, but it could be either self-isolation or it could be, to provide them a place for isolation. I think we have enough. We did so much isolation during COVID. So for 2 people, that should not really be a problem. And this is a call every country is taking. So I think the Indian authorities will probably tell us how these 2 individuals are going to be.
Ma'am, if the ministry is listening to you right now, what would you recommend be India's measures? UK has gone beyond the WHO limit. WHO said isolate for 42 days, UK saying 45. US also, we understand there are now isolation centers, which have been set up to prepare for them. How prepared is India? What should we be doing?
I think if they're asymptomatic, self-isolation is fine. As long as we know where they are and they keep reporting in. You can report in through a video call or a phone call. And these are responsible people. After all, they're crew on that ship. And I'm sure they understand the seriousness. But it's up to the authorities of every country to take a call.
All right, Dr. Samia Swaminathan, thank you so much for your time. We'll keep coming back to you to understand more details about this pandemic, beg your pardon, not a pandemic yet, about this hantavirus actually emerges. That's all we could pack in today's episode. Stay tuned to India Today. Lots more coming up. We'll see you tomorrow.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, and this evening we've got lots lined up for you. Why? Because lots is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. So let me begin by giving you a sense of what's really coming up on the show. Vijay, Chief Minister Vijay, has been up to a whole lot of announcements, making several steps that's focused on really ensuring the right message is sent out. But amid that, guess who's been made the OSD, the Office on Special Duty to the Chief Minister? It's Vijay's personal astrologer who's got this bumper promotion, and it's led to serious questions about really what Chief Minister Vijay stands for. You claim to be the change, and yet this is what you do. You bring in your personal astrologer as OSD to the Chief Minister. And so we're asking, will astrology now decide if Tamil Nadu gets good governance or not? We're going to be focusing on that. But also coming up on the show, we're going to be flipping over to neighbouring Kerala. Yes, Tamil Nadu's gotten its Chief Minister. Kerala, which also got the mandate on 4th May, is still waiting. There's still no clarity on exactly who will be the Chief Minister. And the Congress High Command finds itself in this predicament repeatedly. Once again, unable to come up with a decision. We have a live poll coming up. Maybe that'll help the High Command take a decision. That's coming up at 6:30 this evening. So like I said, lots lined up. Let's begin with the headlines. NEET UG exam cancelled after paper leak. Guest paper allegedly sold for 5 lakh rupees. Suspect Shubham nabbed from Nashik. CBI launches probe into the matter. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, NTA DG Abhishek Singh takes responsibility for NEET chaos, assures of arrest and punishing all culprits.
We take complete responsibility of that. We have said that we will not be charging any more fees. We are refunding the fees that we had charged earlier. We are committed to conduct a zero-error examination.
Huge controversy erupts after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay appoints his personal astrologer as officer on special duty. TVK allies, Congress and VCK call decision unacceptable. Ask Tamil Nadu Chief Minister to reconsider the move. AIADMK heads towards a split. Chief Minister Vijay meets AIADMK rebels a day ahead of crucial floor test. Rebel camp led by CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani with 30 plus MLAs back Vijay openly.
We as a ADMK legislative party to form the government with the support of the DMK government, which is against our founding principles. We accept the people mandate. The people mandate is for not for TVK. The mandate is for Chief Minister Vijay.
Kerala CM suspense peaks. Congress High Command in a complete conundrum. Satishan digs in heels of CM post. Non-stop Delhi meets, but no solution yet. Expected that there could be a decision tonight, but impasse continues. Himanta Biswa Sarma sworn in as Assam Chief Minister. Second term for Himanta with record mandate. 4 others also sworn in as mantris. Home Minister Amit Shah, top Modi mantris attend oath besides Prime Minister Modi. How often do you see an astrologer move from reading horoscopes to sitting in the corridors of power? Not often. But in Tamil Nadu's newest political twist, under a government that's promised change, Vijay's personal astrologer, his name is Ricky Radhan Pandit Vetrivel. He's been appointed as officer on special duty to the Chief Minister. Why? Well, we don't really have the answer to that. What really is his credential? What experience does he have to be OSD to the Chief Minister? Again, we don't know. But we know this. He predicted Vijay's victory. And now, the man once known for decoding stars and lucky numbers has been pulled directly into Tamil Nadu's political machinery. Let's be clear that as OSD to CM political, he may not have the powers to go ahead and sign off on official letters, but crucial to how the government and how Chief Minister Vijay himself functions. Radhan Pandit for months has aggressively pushed the narrative that Vijay's political rise was written in the stars. Interviews, YouTube appearances, public speeches, he described Vijay's horoscope as what he called a political tsunami that would reshape the state. He even broke down the numerology behind the name Tamiraga Vetri Kargam, claiming letters and numbers aligned perfectly with Vijay's destiny. And then came the results. TVK's victory triggered a flood of old prediction clips on social media. Supporters hailed him as a visionary who foresaw the shift before anyone else. But there's more to the story. Who we're talking about, Radhan Pandit, isn't new to Tamil Nadu's power circles. He was once closely associated with Amma Jayalalitha until one disastrous prediction reportedly shattered that relationship. He had allegedly assured Jayalalitha she would avoid jail in the DA case. That didn't happen. In 2014, she was imprisoned. And so Jayalalitha reportedly cut ties with him completely. The astrologer quietly moved to Singapore. Politics, however, loves comebacks, even if it's not of politicians, sometimes of astrologers too. After resurfacing in Delhi and rebuilding connections, Radhan Pandit has found a new opening through Vijay's party, and slowly his influence became visible. He publicly predicted TVK's rise, and now he's gone from astrologer to insider. And everyone's wondering one thing. How much will astrology decide Chief Minister Vijay's moves now? Because he's no longer an individual watching his stars. He's steering a state now. And his personal astrologer has now become OSD to the Chief Minister. Not a small responsibility. And what is his credential? Just that he is an astrologer who Vijay trusts.
Right trial government you can see. Good quality government. Poor, upper middle class, everybody can be equally vision. No caste bar, no communal bar, no religion bar. Very easily, lovely, we can enjoy our life, brother. Like Charan Chengutun time or Karigal Cholan time. Not Rajaraj Cholan. Even early 1000 years before kingdom was there. It was with Karigal Cholan and then Charan Chengutun. I believe that kingdom is coming back. Like Kiladi, what is the life they lived, we don't know. Now you can see now. But what a great life we are going to get.
You know, amid all of the questions about how Vijay would do in a matter of 48 hours, he's already quoted controversy with this move. And I'd like to bring in Pramod Madhav and Anaga Keshav, both joining us live from Chennai. Pramod, good evening. Were you surprised by this decision by Chief Minister Vijay? Look, we all knew that Vijay always consults his astrology before taking any decision, including when the swearing-in ceremony was supposed to happen. But for that personal relationship to translate into becoming the OSD to Chief Minister, it's a very powerful position, Pramod.
Good evening, Akshita. In fact, we just put forward these questions to TVK leaders as well. And to make one thing very clear, we're not trying to say, defend the Chief Minister. But what we got in response from Tamil Nadu leaders is like, what has gone wrong with all the decisions that the Chief Minister has made so far? One being closing 717 Tasmac shops, and then also like various other decisions like, meeting with the other leaders of the government, be it the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and such. So that's the only kind of explanation or rebuttal we are getting from the TVK. But very certainly this has turned out to be a controversy. But very clearly TVK also says that the new OSD is going to be in a role of an advisor. Is it going to be an astrological advice, or this is going to be something very important in a way with multiple advisors is going to happen? We'll have to wait and watch that. I'm telling you again, we're not trying to defend the Chief Minister, but it is a rebuttal that I've got from the TVK on this matter.
Questions, and Anaga, I'll bring you in on this. There are questions being asked right now by even allies like the Congress who have rubbished this move. You've got MPs publicly saying, why? Why is an astrologer being made OSD to the Chief Minister? Look, there's no problem if Vijay himself believes in astrology, takes decisions based on what his astrologer tells him. We are no one to question what his personal faith or belief is. But to mention and make that person get a bumper promotion, put him as the OSD to the Chief Minister, give him an official position, is uncalled for, will lead to questions about whether this is the change in governance he was referring to.
That's right. In fact, and this would also mean that the Rajan Pandit Vetrivel would also be on government's payroll, raising a lot of questions about his credibility in the first place. Although it is the Chief Minister's prerogative to choose who he wants to serve as an OSD, but, you know, a lot of people would say that at least that person should be qualified enough in terms of experience, in terms of years served as an official. But the only qualification that he seems to have is that he's an astrologer, really raising a lot of questions about the choice of the Chief Minister in the first place.
Anaga, Pramod, I request both of you to stay with me. So on one hand, you have all of this controversy playing out over the choice of a personal astrologer moving to OSD to Chief Minister. And as Anaga points out, he's also going to be on the government's payroll. What's his credential? He's nothing but an astrologer. Yes, he predicted a TVK sweep, but does that really go ahead and qualify him to be an OSD to the Chief Minister? We leave it to you to decide, but this has led to a controversy. Let's cut across now to breaking news that's coming in. It's D-Day for Chief Minister Vijay tomorrow in the Assembly. Why am I saying that? Because tomorrow morning is that all-crucial floor test. And ahead of that, Chief Minister Vijay, kind of counting down on the numbers, is holding a meeting with all the TVK MLAs to understand really what kind of numbers he has, what should be his strategy. Remember that in the last 48 hours, Vijay has been busy. He's reached out to the DMK, he's reached out to every political party, the MDK, the MDMK, the NTK, PMK, everyone, including meeting the AIADMK rebels. One question that's being asked right now is how dependent Chief Minister Vijay will be on those numbers from the AIADMK rebels right now. Pramod, what's the sense you get on this floor test? Will it be smooth sailing for Vijay, or is this going to be the first real test that he faces?
Absolutely, Akshita. First of all, I'm sorry that you had to struggle with the acronyms for all the parties in the state of Tamil Nadu, but that's how it is. And considering now he has made it very clear, let me just say it this way. He has met with the leaders of DMK, CPI, CPIM, IUML, VCK, and Seaman as well, that is NTK. Along with that, he also has gone ahead and met the rebel leaders of AIADMK. Until now, he has not met with Edappadi K. Palaniswamy. However, VCK leader Thol Thirumavalam said that they have placed a request with Vijay, the Chief Minister, to do so, and he has agreed to it. Now, coming to the important aspect, these optics are also going to play a very important role in tomorrow's floor test. DMK very clearly said that they are not going to cause any kind of trouble, at least for the next 6 months. CPI, CPIM, IUML, and VCK are with the Chief Minister Vijay's TVK. So very clearly, tomorrow doesn't seem to be having any problem, considering now even 30 MLAs from AIDMK have assured that they are going to extend their support to TVK, Akshita.
Okay, so we'll have to see if, in fact, Vijay passes this test. This is going to be the first test right now for him as far as the numbers go. You know, everyone's been talking about how at 120, Vijay is just precariously over the majority mark. And so going forward, he'll need more numbers than that. So if those actual more numbers come in, we'll know right now. We'll know come tomorrow, especially with the situation that the AIADMK is in. We'll talk about the AIADMK in just a bit, but focusing on Vijay, let me also tell you about the big announcements that he made today. The biggest being on liquor stores. It's called TASMAC in Tamil Nadu. Essentially, they are owned by the government. So it's the Tamil Nadu liquor stores, and there's been a huge controversy debate over this. In a welcome move now, what has Chief Minister Vijay done? He's announced that all of these liquor stores, about 700 of them, 717 TASMAC outlets, these are located near places of worship. They could be temples, schools, bus stands, projecting the move as a major public welfare step. All those liquor outlets will be closed. The Vijay administration has also ordered a crackdown on roadblock celebrations while banning public posters, giant cutouts to reduce disruption and improve civic discipline. So two very important decisions that have been taken. and both decisions that effectively are about making change and addressing civic issues. That seems to be also Vijay's focus, core focus right now. Why do I say that? Because in 48 hours, let's tell you about all the big moves that Chief Minister Vijay has made. It gives you a sense of his priority areas. Like I said, liquor shops are being shut, 717 of them. These are liquor shops that are close to places of worship, that are close to educational institutions as well. Very, very important. So those and bus stands, they've all been shut down. 717 of them have been identified. This is a move that's been welcomed, cutting across political lines. Secondly, besides this TASMAC crackdown, the other big move that Chief Minister Vijay made today is that he's put out a detailed post on social media where he said that, look, anyone who puts out cutouts, hoardings, these giant posters anywhere in Tamil Nadu will be penalized. In a state, and if you've been to Tamil Nadu, you know this, every other wall is plastered with posters. There are massive hoardings everywhere, cutouts everywhere, and that was the case for Vijay too. TVK hoardings were everywhere. That's what I noticed when I was in Chennai. Now what you're seeing essentially is Vijay saying, nope, that will no longer happen. He's asked for all posters to be removed, all cutouts to be removed. Welcome change again. And that's not all. As soon as he was sworn in as Chief Minister, what's the first thing Vijay did? He announced 200 units of free electricity. Remember that under the DMK regime, it was 100. So he's bumped that up to 200 units of free electricity. Again, focusing on a public first approach, ensuring that immediate relief is granted to them. Two promises that he said he'd focus on: women's safety and on drugs and the use of drugs by youngsters. So what he's done is he's announced now what he calls the Singer Pen Force. It has nothing to do with the name of my show, but rather one of Vijay's films has a very popular song called Singer Penny. It's based on that. There's this Women Protection Force has been set up. And then you have the drug crackdown also with anti-drug units that have been set up in each district to ensure that there is a crackdown on drugs being easily available in schools and in educational institutions. So as we get you all of those details of the steps that have been taken, what's very clear is that Chief Minister Vijay wants to send across the right message with the kind of announcements that he's been making. Each one of these hasn't seen much politics. In fact, there's been largely consensus over it, with every political party saying, like, look, we welcome these steps. I'll bring in Anaga Keshav for more details on this and how really Vijay has kind of projected himself as someone who wants to address people's concerns. You look at the fact that Pramod is with us. Pramod, you look at the fact that there's a crackdown on TASMAC shops, much needed. You know, there's been a lot of discourse over this, and what's led to the TVK's decision is also finger pointing at the DMK, saying, why didn't you do something about this? 717 TASMAC shops as a result will be shut, Pramod.
Actually, the important thing is that, not just now, back in 2016 elections, also as you and me both actually observed, the biggest aspect over there was prohibition closing of TASMAC shops. But that did not go well. And Jayalalitha promised that TASMACs would be closed step by step. But even after that, 5,500 TASMACs has almost gone up to 6,000 right now. But the important aspect that as government order, TASMAC shops are not, TASMAC shops means and in the state of Tamil Nadu, only Tamil Nadu government has a right and the license to run liquor shops. And these liquor shops are not supposed to be, operating in anywhere 500 meters within a range of a school, a residence, or any kind of place of worship, be it called a church, a temple, or a mosque. But however, such TASMAC shops have now been identified and those have been closed. And this seems to be a very important move because in the state of Tamil Nadu, quite a lot of women voted for Vijay, believing that he will he'll either stop or curb the menace of drug, especially liquor. And this seems to be the first step towards his Akshita.
All right, Pramod, just stay with me. We're also getting in a news break coming in. Yes, we're focusing on the policies, but there's a lot of politics that's playing out right now as far as the numbers go, and that floor test that's expected to happen tomorrow morning. Amid that, Chief Minister Vijay has met with the AIADMK rebel leaders. Yesterday, if he met with every big political party, there was a big question mark on why Vijay didn't meet anyone from the AIADMK. Now he's gone ahead and done that, but guess what? He's met the rebel side, which is CV Shanmugam, SP Velumani and the 30+ MLAs who are on their side. It's led to intense speculation on whether Vijay, therefore, is going to bring them into his government, is seeking their support for the floor test. Which way is it going to really go? But ultimately, the fact that he's asked them, or met them rather, has led to questions about whether the AIADMK, or at least these 30+ rebel MLAs, are going to be a part of the government, and then what happens to the Congress. So a lot that's playing out. I will also remind you that there's criticism that's come in the way of Vijay. Why is that? With the pictures that you see on your screens right now of Vijay meeting these AIADMK rebels, mind you, there are a lot of them who have multiple corruption cases against them. So then, will Vijay compromise on his ideals, on his principles, and then go ahead and get their support because he needs it for the floor test? Or will he say, nothing doing, I will not join hands with them? Pramod Madhav is live with us. Pramod, how do we read into these images? You know, we've had these rebel AIADMK MLAs this morning, CV Shanmugam saying, yes, we want to support Vijay. The mandate is for Vijay, we want to support him. Is this then a nod in that direction that Vijay is saying, you wanted to give me support, please go ahead and give it to me, I'll accept your support? Is that how we read into these images?
Akshita, we're going back to the issue of scenarios once again, and this seems to be one of the scenarios. But very clearly, Vijay wants to make sure that the Chief Minister wants to make sure that his hands are clean. And the important aspect, just like you mentioned, and as we earlier mentioned, he has not gone and met Edappadi K. Palaniswamy yet, even though the General Secretary of AIADMK, it is his birthday today. However, Trivandrum will claim that Vijay is planning to do that, the Chief Minister. And right now, he has gone only to meet CV Shanmugam, SP Velumani, Vijay Bhaskar, and the supporting MLAs of their team. And interestingly, he got a very, very warm welcome over there. CV Shanmugam, SP Velumani were so happy to see Vijay very clearly showing that they are going to support TVK, even if TVK wants it or not. But TVK right now does not even want to respond to it, because imagine if tomorrow any other person from the party does not want to support, like, CPM, CPI, IUML or VCK, which generally do not go back, go after giving a promise or such thing like that. Still, Vijay is going to have the support of these MLAs. However, the important aspect is that, like, so far, AIADMK is not having a legislative party head, a whip or a kurara. Both parties, the Edappadi K. Palaniswamy's party and Shanmugam's party, have separately met with the Pro Tem Speaker, and they have given a saying. So it needs to be decided as well. Amidst all this, it is very clear that Vijay's party is safe for now. Actually, one more scenario that is actually brewing, and that is a possibility, is that, like, while speaking to TVK, we also came to know that there is a chance that if the CV Shanmugam, SP Velumani and others are very, very interested in joining TVK one form or other, and if EPS is going to be a hurdle, that is quite a possibility of them resigning and then having a TVK ticket and contesting the elections as well. But this is far-fetched. But like I told you, whatever is happening on the ground, immediate communication, I am giving it to you.
Never say never in Tamil Nadu politics, and you can trust Pramod Madhav to get you all of the right news breaks of what's playing out in Tamil Nadu much before you hear it from anyone else. Thanks, Pramod, for joining us with all of those details. So you've got now the AIADMK split right down the middle. 30 MLAs are currently with the SP Velumani and CV Shanmugam. And what have they said? They said that we want to back Vijay. We're giving an ultimatum to EPS. But at the same time, here's the mixed messaging. They say that that EPS, Edappadi Palaniswamy, is still very much the General Secretary of the party. So it's not a full-blown rebellion, but at the same time, a warning that's being issued to EPS. And the question is, how will EPS react? Meanwhile, I'll also highlight that this rebel group of 30 MLAs say we have no tie to any alliance. We've cut off any alliance ties, essentially suggesting they're no longer in the NTA, they're no longer with the BJP. But ultimately, the question will be asked whether the strings are being pulled from Delhi, whether the strings are being pulled by the BJP. Here are all the details of what's transpired.
The AIADMK is on the verge of a split. A group of 30 MLAs led by SP Velumani, CV Shanmugam and MR Vijay Bhaskar announced support to the Vijay-led government in Tamil Nadu. Shanmugam claimed some members in the party had suggested an alliance with their arch-rival DMK, which is not acceptable to them. The rebel MLAs named Velumani as the leader of the party in the assembly.
Our legislative parties and party men are against to that proposal. We opposed in the meeting. We take a decision. It is against our party interests.
The group of 30 MLAs are calling themselves the real AIADMK.
We are ADMK. This is ADMK.
Sir, BJP, are we with BJP, sir?
We are no alliance with any party now today, as of now.
AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy came down heavily on the rebels. The party, in a post on X, called the rebel group an alliance of losers and accused them of betraying the party that fed them. The AIADMK official handle alleged that rebels were seeking ministerial berths from Vijay and asserted that the party cadre stands firmly with Palaniswamy. Amid the face-off, Palaniswamy visited the Jayalalitha Memorial in Chennai and paid tribute to Amma, a symbolic gesture that carried significant weight given the present scenario. Meanwhile, AIADMK's ally BJP slammed the rebels.
It is very unfortunate because the party that was promoted by MGR as an alternative to DMK, Dravidian party that remained in power for the longer period of time, more than the DMK, is facing such difficulties.
The potential split in AIADMK comes as a boost for Vijay ahead of the floor test. With 30 AIADMK MLAs backing the TVK, the Vijay-led government will be comfortably placed to cross the majority mark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, day 2 of the assembly did see a controversy playing out as well. And guess what? Once again, it's got to do with Sanatana Dharma. Once again, it's got to do with Udayanidhi Stalin, who this time once again questioned Sanatana Dharma in the floor of the assembly. And everyone's been questioning, particularly the BJP, on why Chief Minister Vijay didn't object to the comment made by the leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin, who, remember, years ago was in a similar controversy where it led to nationwide outrage. Why? Because he'd compared Sanatana Dharma with dengue, with malaria. He's repeated a similar comment this time, leading to questions about whether this is the DMK's stand now. Remember that in Tamil Nadu, DMK constantly says that Sanatana Dharma means casteism, and that's what we're against.
அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து மூணாவது இடத்துக்கு தள்ளப்பட்டிருக்கு.
Just a day after taking charge as leader of opposition in Tamil Nadu Assembly, Udayanidhi Stalin has stirred fresh controversy. He once again called the eradication of Sanatana Dharma inside the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Surprisingly, the comment was made in front of Chief Minister Vijay and there was no objection from any member.
வணக்கம், வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு, மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதனம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Udayanidhi's statement triggered immediate backlash from the BJP. BJP called it a toxic rant that contributed to DMK's defeat in the recent assembly elections. BJP also claimed that if DMK continues to toe the same line, then the party will be eradicated itself. Udayanidhi also nudged the TVK government to ensure the state anthem is played at the beginning of all government events and not relegated to the second or third position. The beginning of the assembly session hints that more fireworks can be expected in the coming days. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, one viral moment from the assembly proceedings is when Udayanidhi Stalin, the leader of opposition, highlighted how he and Chief Minister Vijay went to the same college, Loyola College. But he highlighted that the DMK in this case is the senior to TVK.
தலைவர் அவர்களும் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் இன்னைக்கு எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவராக இருக்கிற நானும் ஒரே காலேஜ்ல படிச்ச ஓல்ட் ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸ். ஒரே காலேஜ்ல நாம படிச்சிருந்தாலும் அரசாங்கத்தை நடத்துறதுல திமுக தான் சீனியர் பேட்ச். அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். 1967 ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தது திமுக தான். நாங்க தான் சீனியர்ஸ். அந்த அடிப்படையில் எங்களுடைய நாலேஜையும் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸையும் நாங்கள் ஷேர் பண்ணிக்க ரெடியாக இருக்கோம். அதை ஏற்றுக்க நீங்களும் தயாராக இருங்க. ஏன்னா நமக்கு எப்பவுமே தமிழ்நாட்டு மாநிலத்துடைய நலன்தான் மிக மிக முக்கியம்.
Slipping into a short break here on Super 6. We'll be right back.
Like I said before,
Like a dream come true. You make me rise with you. In the sky over Rome. Feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo. It's the way you make me feel.
4 states, 4 big verdicts, one changing political map. BJP's historic Bengal win, Tamil Nadu's superstar sweep, Assam's Hurricane Hanta, Congress comeback in Kerala. What changed the game? Anti-incumbency, anti-corruption wave, new schemes and promises, or a sharp political strategy? This week, India Today magazine brings you the definitive post-election analysis from across the 4 states. India Today, making sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon India and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Eight days after the UDF's big win in Kerala, the Congress is still struggling to name a chief minister. What should have been a smooth transition has turned into a fierce power battle. There's been back-to-back meetings, Delhi consultations, intense factional lobbying, but ultimately no final decision. Senior Kerala Congress leaders have also met with Rahul Gandhi in Delhi. The High Command has taken complete control of the decision-making process, but that hasn't helped. There's no decision that's been taken just yet. Sources say KC Venugopal has emerged as the leading contender. There's strong MLA backing, support from several senior leaders. But there's also alliance pressure. IUML leaders, for example, have openly backed VD Satishan, prompting Delhi to step in with damage control talks. But who do the people of Kerala want? Here are the results of a live poll that we're running on the India Today website. And the India Today poll that's got over 49,000 votes shows VD Satishan ahead, with 64% of people believing he should be the Kerala Chief Minister. 26% are in favour of KC Venugopal and 10% for Ramesh Chennithala. This is a poll that India Today ran on the website, and 49,000 people have had their say. 64% is for VD Satishan. The reality, however, is that if you look at how things are going down, especially as far as MLA support is concerned, there's a KC camp that's much, much stronger and louder right now. Shibi Mole is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. We'll also have our correspondent from Delhi who's tracking all the latest on the meets that's happening in the national capital right now. Shibi, you've got two camps, both of them digging in their heels, saying very clearly that we deserve a chance this time. But amid that, 8 days on, there seems to be no indication of the impasse ending, and the people in Kerala, I'm sure, are getting restless, Shibi.
Well, absolutely, Akshata. In fact, we're seeing very harsh reactions coming in from people. Initially, everybody took it as a joke. We saw a lot of memes and trolls going around, very creative ones also. But right now, there's real anger because there are multiple issues that needs to be fixed. As soon as the government comes, government is formed, because the 10th and plus 2 results are expected in another 1 or 2 weeks. So there is news that it will get delayed because the government has not yet been formed. And there's a clear mandate. That's the thing. It's not like a Tamil Nadu situation situation where there was a hung assembly. One front has clear mandate. They were in opposition for 10 years. So the natural question is, what were you doing for 10 years? Why didn't you finalize something? Is what the people of Kerala, the Congress supporters are also asking. So the people are definitely restless because it's been almost 8 days, more than a week since the results were declared. They have a very clear mandate. The Congress workers, the IUML leaders have also openly come out and said that we have not been able to celebrate the victory also because of this confusion. As of now, it looks like KC Venugopal right from the beginning had the support of the MLAs because most of the tickets were distributed to his people. VD Sadish enjoys very strong alliance support and also the public sentiment. That's one of the reasons why this is being delayed because in the last 1 week, we've seen very dramatic scenes unfolding in Kerala with the supporters of each leader coming out on street and protesting, tearing each other's posters. So we are hearing that the first question that Rahul Gandhi asked the leaders was what is happening in Kerala. First sort it out and then we will decide. The CM is what we are learning from the sources of all these party leaders. So that's why we saw all of them coming out and making an appeal, 3 of them making an appeal to the people to stop all this war and obey and listen to what the High Command says. We're expecting a decision at least by today or tomorrow because if that decision doesn't come up, then the alliance partners will openly come out and start questioning the leadership here.
No, but Shibhi, just
all the
tell me
leaders
something. You are saying that largely MLAs are backing KC Venugopal, which isn't surprising as you highlighted, considering most from his camp got tickets as well. But how is VD Satishan really putting down his point in such a scenario that he deserves a chance too?
Well, his angle is that he was the one who led this fight in the last 5 years because when, this is the first time that the Congress is continuously sitting in opposition. It's not easy to energize a party that's not a cadre party. It's not a cadre party. Congress is not a cadre party. So he had to bring everybody together, make sure that they are out there fighting as a group because we saw them working at an organized level in the last few elections, whether it was Assembly, Lok Sabha or the local body elections also. So he was successful in leading the party in all these elections and he had emerged as this big face leader. So you can naturally feel that public sentiment because we see when you speak to people in Kerala, you can see that love and affection for VD Sadishan. So if KC Venugopal is made the CM, then there will be repercussions is what VD Sadishan has also informed the party high command. One more thing that needs to be noted is that if KC Venugopal is becoming the CM, there's a by-election test before him. CPM faced a major setback also because the party cadres in most of their bastions voted against the party to teach the party a lesson because of some of the stands, because they lost some of the bastions that they have never lost in the history. So the Congress workers here are also reminding the High Command that if you're making KC Venugopal, get ready for that by-election test, which will be very difficult to pass, is what the Congress workers and the Congress support, some of the general public is also sending out to High Command. So KC Venugopal, if chosen as a CM, has a tough task in the next 6 months of clearing that by-election test also. If he wins, there will be another
just
by-election.
imagine that he's named as the Chief Minister and then there's a by-election battle that makes it harder for him. I want to bring in Rahul Gautam as well on this broadcast who's tracking all the updates from Delhi. Rahul, what's with the delay? The Congress seems to find itself in this position repeatedly. Now what's happening? We were hearing a decision by today. That looks unlikely. It looks like it could be pushed by another 24 hours.
Well, we all know that how Congress has got the majority on its own. UDF has got 102 seats, but clearly the optics are not right for the Congress party. They are not able to decide as to who they're going to pick up for the next CLP post or the next chief ministerial post, and that's what is reflecting very poorly on the part of High Command, and that's why a party also wants to show that they are taking wider consultations, taking everybody on board, and that's why ex-PCC presidents, working presidents, they were called to the national capital. They've already met Rahul Gandhi. They've already given their opinion. But it seems that the choice is not going to be an easy one for Rahul Gandhi. Yeah. We all know that how Rahul Gandhi.
No, but was this also in a way, Rahul? Was this a situation that the High Command allowed to happen? If from the get-go they made it very clear who's their face and hadn't fallen for this whole whose camp is which leader and given tickets accordingly, they wouldn't be in the soup right now where they're having to choose between MLA support and public support.
Akshita, that's where you have to strike a balance. You have to consider the opinion of, Congress MLAs. who have in majority have taken the name of KC Venugopal. That's what we can confirm to our viewers. He has emerged as front runner as far as this post is concerned. But again, there is sentiment amongst Congress workers who are saying it was VD Satishan, it was Ramesh Chennitala who actually toiled and worked on ground zero, and therefore they should be rewarded. Now, so therefore, it's not going to be an easy choice. But we have to really understand that the buck stops with Rahul Gandhi. It is Rahul Gandhi who has to decide whether he's going to allow or relieve, Mr. KC Venugopal from the position of GSO and going to give him a graceful exit, for Kerala. That's the fix. We have to really wait and watch. But one thing is very, very clear here, that it is not reflecting good on the part of High Command. And
I'll just highlight once again that we've put out that poll. India Today's poll shows very clearly which way the numbers are going. The preferred Kerala Chief Minister, according to India Today's poll, 64% for VD Satishan, and 49,000 votes have already come in, 64% for VD Satishan. If KC Venugopal is chosen, what Shribi tells us is that there will be a full-blown rebellion, perhaps by the Kerala Congress workers themselves, and that could lead to serious trouble for KC Venugopal. And what that will set the stage for is a complete divide, a rift within the Kerala Congress. And after the kind of mandate they've received, that's the last thing the UDF wants. There's a crisis that's playing out, and we'll have to see how the leadership actually addresses the situation. Rahul Gautam Shibi, thanks very much for joining us. 8 days and counting. Kerala still doesn't have a chief minister, and Shibi is right. In neighbouring Tamil Nadu, where it was a hung assembly, things were sorted out much faster than in a state like Kerala, where there's a decisive mandate, but a party that's undecisive. Moving on. A POCSO case has been filed against the son of Union Minister Bandi Sanjay Kumar, Bandi Sai Bhagirath, and it's led to a huge controversy, major political storm in Telangana, with allegations of police delay, of pressure on the survivor's family, and demands for an impartial investigation. According to the complaint filed by the survivor's mother, the alleged relationship began in June 2025 through mutual contacts and later continued over social media. The complainant alleges that Bhagirath gained the minor's trust by promising marriage after she turned 18 and later subjected her to inappropriate physical contact and demands of sexual favors in multiple locations around Hyderabad. One of the most serious allegations relates to a New Year gathering in a farmhouse where the minor was allegedly coerced into consuming alcohol and molested. The family is also alleged emotional trauma, self-harm attempts, circulation of private material and pressure to settle the matter. The police has registered an FIR under the BNS and POCSO sections, and the accused right now, Bandi Sanjay's son, is absconding. His phone has been switched off for 3 days. The BRS, therefore, has accused the police of delaying the FIR, of shielding the accused due to political influence. KTR questioned how the son of a union minister could remain absconding in a POCSO case while the opposition demanded an SIT be formed.
లాస్ట్ 1-2 డేస్లో కూడా మన వాళ్ళు చాలా ప్రయత్నం చేసి అన్ని డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ కలెక్ట్ చేశారు. అక్యూజ్ గురించి కూడా మేము ఇప్పుడు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ సిడిఆర్ నుంచి మేము ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాము. మనకు దొరకతే అతన్ని మేము ఖచ్చితంగా పట్టుకుంటాం. నా కోసం ఇది మన పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లో ఒక పోక్సో కేసు రిజిస్టర్ అయింది. ఇది విక్టిమ్కి ప్రాపర్గా జస్టిస్ ఇవ్వడానికి మన బాధ్యత ఉంది. కేస్ కంప్లైంట్లో ఏమేమి ఉంది అది అన్ని వెరిఫై చేసి प्रॉपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चेस्ताము.
बीजेपी के अंदर हमेशा इस तरह का बार बार इस तरह के स्थिति बाहर आ रहे हैं, चाहे रेप केस हो, चाहे वुमेन असॉल्ट हो, इस तरह के केसेस बार बार जब आते हैं कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी के नेता उसमें होते हैं या बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता उसमें होते हैं, ना तो बीजेपी के फैमिली मेंबर्स कोई ना कोई इसमें इंडल्ज होते हैं. ऐसे हम लोग पहले भी देखे कर्नाटक में किस तरह से वहाँ के नेता ने किस तरह का पूरा माहौल बना दिया था, वुमेन्स को महिलाओं को लेके किस तरह के बदतमीजी से उन्होंने किया है. दूसरे से नारा लगता है कि नारी शक्ति है, इन सब बातों में तो बोलते हैं पर जब वो काम करने का उनका तरीका है वो हमेशा वुमेन अब्यूजमेंट, वुमेन को असॉल्ट करने का ही काम बीजेपी के नेता करते आए.
Abdul Bashir for more details. Abdul, 3 days on, the accused still absconding. What's the latest on the investigation, Abdul?
Well, the investigation is right now ongoing after this case was registered. This case was registered on 8th of May at the Pet Bashirabad police station. On the same day, what we are hearing is that there an honey trap case was also registered against the victim's family, the minor's family, who have been demanding 5 crore rupees is what is being said. Extorting 5 crore rupees is what Bhagirath has filed a complaint in Karimnagar. Well, what we are learning is that in this POCSO case, clear facts that are coming out, what the police is investigating is that on 31st of December, both the minor and Bhagirat had met, where he has been sexually assaulting this particular minor, is what the allegations have been stating. He had been grooming the child, emotionally manipulating, and also sexually assaulting is what the allegations have been levied against Bandi Bhagirat. And this is how
has
the
Bandi
police is
Sanjay,
right
the
now
Union Minister, responded so far? Abdul, any statement from him?
The Union Minister, Bandi Sanjay, has clearly said this is politically motivated. His family is being targeted, is what is being said. And he is going to fight this particular allegations that have been levied against.
Okay, so he maintains that his son is completely innocent. Thanks, Abdul, for those details. Let's cut across to breaking news coming in. And Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay finds himself in the eye of a storm over the appointment of his personal astrologer as OSD, as officer on special duty to the Chief Minister. After the Congress, after the VCK, now the left too has lashed out at the TVK over the appointment of an astrologer as CM's OSD. The CPM says it's the government's duty to foster scientific outlook. Appointing such a person as an officer at government expense will only serve to increase faith in astrology among people. And this appointment by the government is unacceptable. It's also unacceptable that he will provide political advice. This is the statement that's coming from the CPM. Earlier you had the VCK, the Congress also urging Chief Minister Vijay to reconsider his move. So we'll have to see if the Chief Minister buckles under pressure or not. Pramod Madhav is joining us with more details on this. Pramod, the allies now seeing red over this decision by Vijay, each one of them urging him to do a rethink, saying it simply doesn't fit in with the message that he sends across of good governance when an astrologer is made OSD.
Shida, the important aspect is that, from TVK, and they just want to make sure that he's going to be an OSD and also official on special duty, which means he's going to provide certain advice when it comes to political issues or such on the ground. However, his background, Riktaratik Pandit's background of being an astrologist only being debated over here, where, like you mentioned, the Congress, the CPM and VCK have very clearly said that, especially VCK says that if you have faith only, you can become a government officer. Is a word that was used by the OSD earlier, and this is something that is definitely unacceptable and contrary to the scientific thought and way of patterns and such. However, TVK very clearly mentions that this is going to be on a different scenario and a different capacity, and that is how they are trying to defend right now, Akshita.
Joining us with those details. So pressure mounting on Vijay on the decision he's taken to have his personal astrologer as someone who's a part of the government, who will be on, in fact, a government roles, will be getting money from the state as the OSD to the Chief Minister. Political, it's his prerogative to appoint who he wants, but at the end of the day, a controversy nonetheless. And as I wrap up this broadcast, I'm leaving you with a report on the much-awaited Drishyam 3. Mohanlal is back as George Kuti, and all the teasers suggest that this one is going to see a lot more twists and turns. I'm leaving you with this report. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll see you same time tomorrow.
George Kuti thaneyalle paranjathu. Prashnankalokke theernu. Ini pedikan onnumillennu. മീഡിയ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷനിലൂടെ ജീവൻ വെച്ച് തെളിയിക്കപ്പെട്ട എന്തോരം കേസുകളുണ്ട് സർ.
അവരാരാണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും സൂചന തരാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
I want his full file on my desk as soon as possible.
താമസമൊക്കെ എങ്ങനെയാ?
ഇതാ ജോർജ് കുട്ടിയല്ലേ?
അതെ അതെ.
കണ്ടിട്ടൊരു പാവത്താനാണ് തോന്നുന്നു. ഇയാൾക്കെതിരെയുള്ള കേസ് എവിടെ വരെ ആയി?
പാവത്താൻ. സത്യം എത്രയവർക്ക് അറിയാം? അത് അറിഞ്ഞവരൊക്കെ ഞെട്ടിയിരിക്കേ.
George Kuti is back, calm, clever and ready to protect his family once again. Drishyam 3 marks the return of Mohanlal as the brilliant man who is always one step ahead of danger. In this much anticipated third installment of the acclaimed thriller franchise, this was only from outside.
ഇയാളാളൊരു കില്ലാടിയാ.
ചുമ്മാതാണോ പോലീസുകാർ പോലും ചൊല്ലു പറഞ്ഞത്?
ജോർജ് കുട്ടി തന്നെയല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞത് പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊക്കെ തീർന്നു, ഇനി പേടിക്കാനൊന്നുമില്ലെന്ന്.
Alongside Mohanlal, the original cast including Meena, Ansiba Hassan and Esther Anil returns to reprise their iconic roles, keeping the emotional core of the series intact. The Drishyam franchise began in 2013 when the original film, where George Kutti, a middle-class cable TV operator, went to extraordinary lengths to protect his family after they became entangled in a crime. Praised for its tight screenplay, suspenseful narrative and Mohanlal's compelling performance, the film became a blockbuster and inspired remakes across India.
പകരം 3-ാം തീയതി അയാൾ കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത ബില്ലുകളാണ് നമ്മളെ കാണിച്ചത്. പിന്നീട് 4-5 ദിവസം മുമ്പ് അവരുടെ മുന്നിൽ പ്രത്യക്ഷപ്പെട്ട ആ ഡേറ്റുകൾ അവരുടെ മനസ്സിൽ അടിച്ചേൽപ്പിച്ചു. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ അവർ പോലും അറിയാതെ അവർ കള്ളസാക്ഷി പറയാണ്. He is mocking at the NTA Police Department. പക്ഷേ ഇത് തെളിയിക്കാൻ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ തെളിവുകളൊന്നുമില്ല. നമ്മുടേത് വെറും തിയറി.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ सरकार ढोल बजा रही है कई सालों से कि हम बड़ी मछलियों को पकड़ेंगे. उनकी नाक के नीचे अगर लगातार हो रहा है और क्रमवार तरीके से हो रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं हाईएस्ट लेवल्स पे संरक्षण मिला हुआ है. उन लोगों को आगे आके अपने एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को. और कोई अभी तक सरकार को जवाब नहीं आया है. किसी ने आके ये नहीं बोला कि हाँ ये गलती थी, कमी हुई है, हम इसकी जाँच करा के ये परिणाम लेकर आएंगे. और पहली जाँच का क्या हुआ? 24 में जो सीबीआई की जाँच हुई थी उसका कोई परिणाम नहीं आया.
इस्तीफा मांगेंगे आप धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का?
इस्तीफा देना चाहिए. इस्तीफा देना चाहिए मॉरल ग्राउंड्स पर. जांच के बाद परिणाम क्या आएगा वो अलग बात है, लेकिन मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो होनी चाहिए किसी ना किसी की.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Candare Lifestyle Jewelry from Kalyan Company. Co-powered by Jindal Stainless. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. A sense of deja vu, but only if it was limited to deja vu, because it is playing with the careers of lakhs of young children and young adults. The latest is that the National Testing Agency has cancelled NEET UG examination under the cloud of paper leak. We're going to delve into it deeper, get you all the latest coming up. First, the headlines. NEET UG exam cancelled after paper leak. Guest paper allegedly sold for ₹5 lakhs. Suspect Shubham Khernar nabbed from Nashik. CBI launches probe into the matter. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, NTA DG Abhishek Singh takes responsibility for NEET chaos, assures to arrest and punish all culprits.
We take complete responsibility of that. We have said that we will not be charging any more fees. We are refunding the fees that we had charged earlier. We are committed to conduct a zero-error examination.
Huge controversy erupts after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay appoints his personal astrologer as officer in special duty. TVK allies CPM Congress VCK call decision unacceptable. Ask the Chief Minister to reconsider move. AIADMK heads towards a split. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay meets AIADMK rebels a day ahead of crucial floor test. Rebel camp led by CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani openly back Vijay.
We as AIADMK legislative party to form the government with the support of the DMK government, which is against our founding principles. We accept the people mandate. The people mandate is for not for TVK. The mandate is for Chief Minister Vijay.
Kerala Chief Minister suspense peaks. Congress High Command in a conundrum. Satishan digs in heels over Chief Ministerial post. Non-stop Delhi meets but no solution yet. Satishan versus KC Venugopal. Who will get the Chief Minister's post? Meanwhile, in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma sworn in as Assam Chief Minister. Second term for Himanta with record mandate. 4 others also sworn in as mantris. Home Minister Shah, top Modi mantris attend oath. The NEET UG exam runs into controversy year on year. Who could have forgotten what had taken place in 2024? Well, the latest, the NEET UG exam cancelled again. The government had promised a clean-up of India's biggest entrance exam system, but nothing like that. NEET is back at the centre of a massive paper leak storm. The big question tonight, who compromised the exam? How deep does the rot run? Why do students keep paying the price of systematic failure? And what about the Education Ministry? What about the National Testing Agency?
May 3rd, lakhs of students walk into exam centres across India for NEET UG 2026, dreaming of medical seats, careers and futures. Days later, outrage erupted after claims that a guest paper matched the actual exam. And just 9 days after the exam, the National Testing Agency pulled the plug. NEET UG 2026 stands cancelled.
जब एग्ज़ाम दो आपको लगे कि हाँ मेरा क्लियर हो रहा है और फिर आपको पता चले कि पेपर लीक हो गया है तो फिर मेंटल स्ट्रेस काफ़ी ज़्यादा होता है।
आने वाली जो जनरेशन है वो किस मोटिवेशन के साथ यहाँ पे आएगी कि हमें नीट देना है, क्योंकि नीट में तो सिक्योरिटी है नहीं, उतनी वैल्यू तो दे ही नहीं रहा है कोई।
इस बार काफ़ी अच्छा स्कोर आ रहा था टेंटेटिव आंसर की से 710 नंबर मेरे आ रहे थे और फिर अब ये ऐसे बोल रहे हैं मतलब।
The centre has now ordered a comprehensive CBI probe. Fresh exam dates will be announced separately and no fresh registration is required. The re-exam will now be conducted under tighter scrutiny. So what triggered the cancellation? India Today's investigation exposed major red flags. A guest paper circulated in Rajasthan allegedly matched the real NEET questions. Nearly 120 chemistry questions reportedly matched. Guest paper circulated a week before the exam. The question bank was circulated via social media and sources claim it was sold for lakhs before being circulated wider. Now investigators believe the leak trail may stretch across India. Investigators suspect the leak began at a printing press in Nashik. The paper allegedly travelled through Haryana and Rajasthan before surfacing in multiple states including Bihar, Jammu and Kashmir, Kerala and Uttarakhand. The CBI is now probing whether a nationwide racket compromised India's biggest medical entrance exam. Speaking to India Today, NTA Chief said that the agency is committed to zero tolerance towards leak and is scrutinizing the leak carefully.
This will be a zero tolerance examination, a zero error examination, and anybody who thwarts the efforts of the 22 lakh students will be met with the strong arm of the law. We were vigilant before the conduct of the examination, on the day of the examination, and also after the examination.
And this is not the first NEET controversy. In 2024 too, paper leak allegations, controversial grace marks and multiple 720 out of 720 scores triggered massive outrage. There were also allegations of cheating, impersonation, and even students receiving wrong language question papers. A year later, critics say no lessons were learned. A political battle has now erupted. The opposition has slammed the government over repeated examination failures. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi accused the BJP government of pushing students into mental stress because of what he called a corrupt system. Another year, another NEET controversy. And until accountability follows outrage, India's students may continue paying the price for a broken examination system. Bureau Report, India Today.
The question's very simple, viewers. Can the National Testing Agency get away by saying we are taking full responsibility year on year? They're failing the students of this country, and once again, a cancellation of the NEET examination this time around. It has been cancelled. Why? Because there has been a paper leak. Not new where NEET is concerned. Who can forget 2024 where the Supreme Court had to intervene? At that point of time, the exam was not cancelled but was rescheduled. However, grace marks were limited at that point of time. What now? Let's cut across to our guest joining us. Akansha Kumari is joining us. She's a NEET aspirant. She's from Bihar. Harshit Thakral, NEET aspirant 2026 from Hasi, Haryana. Maheshwar Perry, founder Career 360. Harsh Mehra is a student, dental student now. He was a NEET aspirant, if you remember what went down in 2024, but with all the issues decided to give up on NEET. Professor Chandrabhushan Sharma, educationist, Vice Chancellor of Vinoba Bhave University in Hazaribagh, former Professor of Education and Director of the School of Education. I want to quickly cut across to Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry, this is not the first time. One can go back on how week on week we tracked the NEET fallout in 2024 with the Supreme Court itself stepping in. Can the NTA now just get away by saying, oh, we take full responsibility, we're going to plug the gaps?
No, I think no agency should be, if there is a criminal out here who's to be hanged, of course, they should be doing that. But at the same time, NTA simply cannot wash their hands off this whole thing. The simple thing is that the kind of trauma that is caused to the students, all these people have gone back to their villages. They have to come back to the center all over again. They have to travel all over again. They would have made a lot of plans about how to go about doing, not just using the score, but how to use the holidays in the interim. Everything goes out for a toss. And all because NTA repeatedly has been failing. 2024, Preeti, we all discussed this entire controversy. And we said there has to be a complete audit after an exam is conducted so that any loopholes can be plugged in. The problem is that, we deal with the problem only for that point of view and then move on. And again, a similar problem would exactly the same problem. This problem has come out exactly in 2024, where Sikar was the origin and there was a leak that happened in Sikar and everyone talked of Sikar and then it expanded to multiple other cities. This is exactly a repetition of what happened in 2024. Of course, at that point in time, the government did not think it is pertinent to, have a re-NEET in that sense. But it's exactly the same thing happened, mind you. And this point in time, the fact that they actually went ahead and cancelled the examination means it's at a much larger scale. Mind you, in 2024 also, it was a lot of halla about how the paper was leaked, but the government did not feel it was necessary to cancel the examination, which this time around, within a week, they have taken a decision to cancel the examination, which means that the leak is much bigger than what ever happened. Because remember, 2024, they still felt that the integrity of the exam was
Mr. Perry, 2024, the Supreme Court stepped in and the Supreme Court said that it wasn't mass level, the leak. So what was withheld was grace marks of over 1,500 students. It was limited to that.
So no, there are two things to this, Preeti. You know, the government felt that the integrity was not compromised, and which is the argument that put it up in the Supreme Court. Remember that. It's not just the Supreme Court felt that. The government argued in front of the Supreme Court that the integrity was not compromised, and Supreme Court agreed on that. This time, government itself is saying that the integrity of the exam is compromised. So to that extent, it has to be much larger scale.
No, you're bang on. It has to be on much larger scale. And why are no lessons learned where what was promised at the back of 2024 viewers? And I'm sure every person who is looking at NEET, who has aspired, for NEET will know that the government said, the Education Minister came out and said, Mr. Pradhan at that point of time, that all loopholes will be plugged. The systematic gaps that were severe will all be plugged. None of that has happened. This time around, it was the National Testing Agency of its own volition said that the paper leak was at such a scale that the entire examination had to be scrapped. Professor Sharma, would you want to weigh in on this? Because this is year on year, and collateral in all of this is lakhs of students.
Yes, I think we need to look at two aspects of the NEET exam. One is the agency, the organization which conducts it, the process, and the conduct part. So I will first reflect on the agency and its functioning. I was privy to the whole process of creation of NTA, and I had then said, and I had also said in 2024 when the NEET discussion took place, we created a very high-profile organization which had very high stakes, and the organization is not prepared for it. You have a person at the helm of affairs. Then I had said the DG was sacked, the new DC, Mr. Abhishek Singh, who is now today the DG, was brought in. I remember the statement of Prime Minister in the Parliament where he said, "Ye babu sab jante hain kya? Ye pani ka water ministry bhi chalate hain, ye exam bhi chalate hain, aur yahi." Why do you have an NTA Director General who doesn't know exam, who has never conducted exam? I would like to quote you that you had been conducting the IIT test through the IITs and never the question leaked, because the person at the helm of affairs was a professor who knew how to arrange the exam and did it. You look at the CBSE, I mean, it's important to look at it. You don't have CBSE leaks. You have a very I remember 2004, 2006, the medical exam question leaked. One Mr. Sanyam Bhardwaj used to be the head at the helm of affairs, and he conducted the exam in 1 week's time, and never again did it happen with CBSE. It doesn't happen.
Mr. Sharma, this is something that has been raised over and over again. I remember even in 2024, you raised exactly the same issue. The issue now, primarily, Professor Sharma, lies also with the constitution of the NTA.
Exact two things you have to look at it. It's a very high-profile exam. You will have to look into some of the nitty-gritty. You have 24 lakh students appearing. There is no age limit for appearing in this exam. So even a 45, 50-year person can appear who is running a coaching center, and he or she fills up the exam form along with the students he or she is coaching. So that person sits there and fuzzes the exam. Why don't you have age limit for it? One, two, that, it's such a high stake. Why do you have one question for across the country? I remember I conducted an exam for all India, the BA test, and I had 5 different question sets. The Bengal question paper leaked in Bengal, and I had no problems because all over other parts of the country, the question paper was different. Only the difficulty level was identical. We ensure that the difficulty level of the question paper should be the same. The question paper should not be the same. 1, 2, you had very highly professional people setting up exams. I can tell you that you have people who are setting and designing the question paper are not very professional. That is why this is happening. How can you have a person who sets the exam? If you have 140 questions identical on the question paper, there is somebody who is involved in setting the question paper and who is leaking. Now, let me ask you a question. 2024, we had similar debate. I remember Maria doing the debate on India Today, and I was part of it. Has anybody been punished then? Is anybody in jail today? Maria, I remember Maria was so emotional about it. She was so angry about the whole thing. Nothing happened. Nobody is in jail today. You will have to look at 2024 issue and decide and assure the country that somebody will be in jail for the next 20 years for this thing. Look, we politicize that. Just now, Mr. Rahul Gandhi
Fair
was
point,
quoted.
sir.
It's not a question of government.
I'm going to come right
Government
back
don't
to you.
conduct exam.
No lessons learned, especially with what you're pointing out, where 2024 is concerned. Over 20 lakh lives, careers on hold. I want to bring in two students right now. I have with me Harshit Thakral. He's a NEET aspirant from Hasi, Haryana. Harshit, what do you make and how are you viewing the examination now that stands cancelled? A new date will be given.
As a student, I think the issue today is bigger than just a re-exam. It is about credibility of lakhs of students appeared honestly, and even the possibility shakes the faith in the system. If there was malpractice, strict action is absolutely necessary.
So basically आप कह रहे हो कि ये एक सिर्फ वहाँ तक सीमित नहीं है, which is what you're saying, that just still studying and how much time you have given, the rot runs deep and nobody is held responsible. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to cut across to somebody who gave up. Harsh Mehra is now a dental student. He was a NEET aspirant, if you remember, in 2024 with all that had gone down. And with all the issues, he decided to give up on NEET. Harsh, today in 2026, when you look back, nothing has changed, has it? कुछ नहीं बदला है.
Yes, sir. बिल्कुल कुछ भी नहीं बदला है. Paper leak at mass level. And this leak is raising a big question to NTA. Because this time, NTA said that be prepared, this is not your school exam. And this is what the student got after this preparation of NTA. This marks a question on NTA. Every year, NTA conducts various exams at mass level. Why it can't have exam without leakage? I don't know where is that loop. Where is that loophole and why NTA is not able to find out that loophole? Last time, when I was a NEET aspirant in 2024, that time also this happened. And similarly now in 2026, this is happening. It means there is no change in NTA. And
no
means students, those who have given the exam very well, they had a break of 9 days now. The exam have been done prior 9 days. And you know that 9-day break in the study of a NEET aspirant, that will impact their study.
Fair point. आकांक्षा कुमारी, आप नीट देना चाह रही थी इस बार, बहुत मेहनत मशक्कत की थी, अब एग्जाम कैंसिल हो गया है, उसकी जो नई डेट्स हैं वो एनटीए देगा, इस सबको कैसे देखती हैं?
यस मैम.
आकांक्षा, आप नीट की तैयारी कर रही थी?
यस मैम.
एग्जाम कैंसिल हो गया है, तो अब लगता है कि जो इतनी सारी तैयारी की थी एक बार में अगर हो जाता.
एग्जाम
बोलिए
बोलिए. तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए. जो बच्चे हर साल में मतलब कि पूरे साल मेहनत करते हैं यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ और उसके बाद एग्जाम देते हैं, तो एग्जाम कैंसिल नहीं होना चाहिए, फिर से रीनीट नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि इतने बच्चे जो यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ देते हैं उनके साथ अनफेयर होता है. कभी पेपर लीक हो जाता है, तो कभी पेपर हार्ड आ जाता है. तो
आकांक्षा, लगता है जो इतनी सारी तैयारी करी थी, इतने पढ़ के इतनी सारी तैयारी करी थी, अब जो कैंसिल हो गया है तो हो सकता है कि सारी तैयारी में ब्रेक हो जाएगा.
यस मैम.
जो इतनी तैयारी करी थी आकांक्षा, आपको लग रहा है उसमें एक ब्रेक मिल जाएगा अभी आपको, क्योंकि अभी आप प्रिपेयर्ड थे, सारी तैयारी कर रखी थी, एग्जाम हो जाता तो ठीक से निकल जाता, अब एक नई डेट आएगी. चलिए हम आपके अपना we'll try and get across to Akansha. Let's try and build that audio link with her. I want to bring in Maheshwar Perry. Maheshwar Perry, the fact is 2024, I remember for weeks we debated this. There were students who were out on the streets of the national capital in protest. Nothing quite has changed. How is it that we are completely at sea when it comes to plugging what is now glaring systematic loopholes, and where does the buck stop?
No, I think the buck stops with NTA for sure. There is no other one who can take the blame for this other than NTA. No one else. Because, see, in 2024, they tried to brush a large scandal under the carpet. They tried to hide the fact that there was some kind of a paper leakage that happened, because all of us who were there in the system knew that there was something wrong that happened. Certain centers were actually having very, very high scores, and certain states were not having anything at all, right? But the thing is, because the result was displayed and people wanted to prove that the integrity of the exam was not compromised, they kept pushing the thing and did not try to attend to the larger issue that was coming up because of the paper leakage. That was a question mark that was raised at that point in time. Had we addressed that particular issue then itself in 2024, in 2026 we would not have seen this date. In 2024, when the sanctity of the exam was in question, they tried to make it look like nothing else has happened but for the grace marks issue, which is not the case as far as I know, because I knew a lot of centers were doing very undue performance, unfair performances. Like, let's put it this way, Preeti. The Sikar as a town has 49 centers. The success rate of that across as compared to the all India is 7 times. Just Sikar, right? And 2, now you can say that, listen, it's a coaching hub, it performs better. But against Kota also, it's 2.5 times. Right? Now, when you actually have that kind of data coming out, and one small town with 49 centers, there is 1% of the students take the exam from Sikar, but they claim on 7% of the total MBBS seats in government medical colleges. When you look at that kind of data, then you have to sit up and notice and say, is everything fair? I'm not saying that you should, make an allegation against them, but you must sit and notice, because in 2024, the first report came from Sikar that there was a paper leak that happened.
So one thing, Mr. Perry, has been quite established that one of the nerve centers of this racket, mafia, whatever we might want to call it, is Rajasthan, and particularly in and around Sikar, at least if one has to identify.
In 24 and 26, the first reports came from Sikar that there was a paper leak that happened.
No, you're right there. And Mr. Sharma, I want you to come in at this point of time, because A, you have identified that there is an area which is throwing up an anomaly in terms of results, and you've understood as well with what happened in 2024 that the first news of leaks have come in from a particular area. Should there now not be a white paper on what was the investigation that really was carried out in 2024 to plug the gaps, to fix accountability? Should the Education Ministry not be completely transparent? Should the NTA not be transparent on what they did and more so what they did not do? Because this is where we stand today.
Look, last time the center of all this problem was Jhajjar. And I had said that as the chairman of the testing agency of India, I had cancelled all centers of Jhajjar as chairman. I knew I cannot handle Jhajjar racket, so I had removed all exam centers from Jhajjar, and last time 2024 it was Jhajjar. The only epicenter has changed, it has become Sikar. This area is vulnerable, and you have strong educational mafia which has come up, and you either need to crack down on it or remove the centers. There is no harm putting all centers from this area into Delhi. Students can come and appear. But the larger question is, we know this, it is apparent from the analysis. Why can NTA not see it? NTA cannot see it because, I will again say, people at or the Director General himself is not a person who understands evaluation across country. You need to do that. I will again insist that NTA as an agency is fine. The person at the helm of affair, the Director General, has to be a person who understands assessment evaluation and has handled such exams. That is not happening. Second, I will again insist that, look, you don't do an analysis. You every time you just do minor surgery and then you are happy with it. You need to make a plan of action for the next exams, what CBSE does, what CBSE has been doing. And that is why I said that the controller of exam for CBSE, who has been there for decades, understands. Why don't you have such a person? Such a person who understands this. You will have to do that at NTA. Second is that you must have one person doing it. And if this happens, this slips, the exam slips, the head of that person must roll. That is professionalism. When IIT used to conduct, there used to be one person from one IIT who would do this, and it was completely his or her responsibility.
So, that's what,
Today,
Mr. Perry,
nobody's responsibility.
how is it that papers are not leaked where IIT is concerned or even where CBSE is concerned, but this has become a fixture where you have the NEET examination where every year there is some news of a paper leak?
So, Preeti, the incentive of a paper leak in medical is very, very high because the cost of education in a public institution in MBBS is about less than 5 lakh rupees, whereas when you go to private, it's 1 crore rupees. So, people would be paying a lot more to get a paper, because even if you pay 30-40 lakh rupees, I still say 50 lakh rupees, right? So the incentive for a MBBS paper leak is extremely high. That's the first reason. Two, it's pen and paper, 5,000 plus centers, 5,000 centers. Like in 24, it is 4,750 centers. This time it's likely to be 5,000 centers, right? Now, 5,000 centers, physical paper going from a printing press to a bank to the center, and the entire transportation that you're dealing with, it passes through 7 channels before it reaches the end hand. And there are, at every place, you take a center, Preeti, what happens is at a center, the paper is lodged at a bank, in a locker, in a trunk, right? There are 4 people who have to collude and it fails, right? 1 is the bank manager, 2 is the center manager, 3 is the police security person. If these 3 people collude, and we're talking about 4,500 centers, and if you take a small with a center, it's very easy for the 3 people to know each other. And when that happens, the paper will come out, simple. Right, in this particular case, I'm told that it traveled through a certain place and then it got leaked at a certain place, because remember, 5,000 sets of papers and 5,000 trunks are being transported across the country 10 days, 15 days before the examination, pen and paper. Whereas in online examination, which is IIT, it doesn't, the paper doesn't get transported, it is systemic.
No, fair point, fair point. Professor Sharma, I want to bring you in before I cut across to the, to the NEET aspirants there. Because at one end, Professor Sharma, we can discuss ad nauseum on how collateral in all of this are these young students, aspirants who've been preparing, and how accountability needs to be fixed. But invariably, with these paper leaks is also what is happening, Professor Sharma, is how we are diluting our, the doctors of tomorrow who have come through the system of paper leaks. Now, these are aspirants who are MBBS, BSc nursing, BDS, and they can easily pay a sum of money and get away by appearing for an exam, by paying their way through. This is the quality that we're actually going to get later.
See, I already mentioned that you have made this exam very high end. I mean, the stakes are so high, and you have not fixed the upper age limit. Now, that is the reason that your coaching centers are flourishing. I mean, Maheshwar Perry will definitely disagree with me. Why are coaching centers so interested and so involved in this exam? Because it is their stake as well. If my students do well this year, next year I will get more students. So I need to say that, look, you will have to completely do an analysis of it and change the whole process. 1, 2, that coachings are able to do this because your pattern is known. When IITs did it, the pattern was not known. Every year, the pattern of question paper was entirely different. And that is why I have been insisting that you must have professionals who do this, and they must be setting. At the moment, it is not.
It's not. I want
to put things in, Professor Sharma, just to tell you, I agree with you, sir. You should feel happy about it.
All right, I'm glad both of you agree on that note. But I want to take a quick comment in from all the NEET aspirants and the former NEET aspirant that we had, and how he was so fed up that he let go of it. Akansha, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है अभी, आप क्या मांग है आकांक्षा? नीट कैंसिल हो गया है, जो अगला डेट है वो NTA कह रहा है एक अगला डेट दिया जाएगा.
Yes, ma'am.
चाह क्या रही हैं आकांक्षा?
Yes, ma'am.
आपको आपकी I think we don't have Akansha yet. Harshit Thakral, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Harshit, what is it that you want right now? What is your demand?
My demand is कि मैम अब NEET अप्रोक्स 2 मंथ बाद तो होना चाहिए, ताकि मैम प्रिपरेशन के लिए अच्छा टाइम मिल सके.
आप कह रहे हो कि 2 महीने के बाद होना चाहिए?
Yes, ma'am.
Harsh Mehra, now that you look back and you've gone into the dental stream, now you think it's better
Yes, ma'am.
that you picked the dental stream? It's better only that you didn't get stuck in the rut?
Yes, ma'am, bilkul. BDS is also a good scope, and I am pursuing my BDS from Yamuna Institute of Dental Sciences and Research, that is situated in Yamunanagar. And BDS is also a good option, but you should not make it as a second option. That's what I want to say about BDS. That has also very good scope.
But clearly you were fed up with the way things were going earlier. Thank you, all our guests, for joining us. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments on this story. A quick break. Stay with us. On the other side, we're going to shift focus to political news. And it's the lack of news in Kerala which is causing deep levels of anxiety within the local Kerala Congress unit. It's been what now? Every chief minister has been installed in all the states that went to election, but in Kerala, we don't even have a name yet. A quick break. Stay with us.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akaje, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Akaje, now in India.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better hold the sin.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akaje, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Akaje, now in India.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like I said before, we better hold the sin.
আমরা প্রথম দিনই আমরা কেন্দ্রীয় স্বরাষ্ট্র দপ্তর তথা বিএসএফ এর সীমান্ত সুরক্ষিত করার জন্য জমি ট্রান্সফার প্রক্রিয়া আমরা আজকে অনুমোদন দিলাম এবং আজ থেকেই ল্যান্ড ট্রান্সফার প্রক্রিয়া শুরু হবে। ভূমি ও রাজস্ব সচিব তাকে এবং মুখ্য সচিবকে দায়িত্ব দেওয়া হলো ৪৫ দিনের মধ্যে বিএসএফ এর প্রয়োজনীয় জমি হস্তান্তর সম্পূর্ণ করতে হবে, যা আমাদের কেন্দ্রীয় স্বরাষ্ট্রমন্ত্রী নির্বাচনের আগেই বলেছিলেন। এই কাজটা আজকে প্রথম ক্যাবিনেটে আমরা করলাম।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, let's cut across to the latest news break that is coming in. There's been another suspect who's been detained in the NEET paper leak case. And this is coming from Rajasthan SIT that's detained a man named Yash Yadav. And the SIT has departed for Rajasthan, although Yash's specific role in the paper leak remains unclear. The fact that the Rajasthan SIT team travelled to Gurugram to take him into custody and transport him back to Rajasthan suggests the unfolding of a major conspiracy within this examination leak scandal. And once again, viewers, with what we've been discussing, the epicenter clearly emerging as Rajasthan yet again. That's the latest news break that we are tracking. There has been another arrest in the NEET paper leak case, at the back of which the entire NEET exam has been cancelled. Fresh dates to be announced by the National Testing Agency. But the latest is that the SIT, a special investigative team of the Rajasthan police, has picked up a youth from Gurugram and taken him back to Rajasthan. Arvind Oja joins me on the phone line with the latest on that. Arvind, what more can you add?
Yes, इसमें क्राइम की दर है जो लोग है और काफी फिलहाल राजस्थान इसे एसओजी राजस्थान के एसओजी ने इसे डिटेन किया है और इसे ले जाया गया। अब इसे आगे पूछताछ।
अरविंद, आपकी आवाज टूट रही है। अरविंद, आपकी आवाज टूट रही है। आप जरा, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, अगर आप हमें बता सकें अरविंद कि इसका क्या जो एग्जैक्ट रोल है इस पेपर लीक में वो एस्टैब्लिश हो पाया है। जो एसआईटी राजस्थान की पुलिस है इसको गुड़गांव से उठाकर वापस राजस्थान लेके गई है।
देखिए, अभी तक क्लियरिटी नहीं आई है। जो हमें सोर्स बेस्ड जानकारी मिली है वो ये कि जो नीट का पेपर लीक हुआ था उस मामले में इसका रोल सामने है, जिसके बाद राजस्थान की एसओजी आई है और फर्रुख नगर इलाका है गुरुग्राम का, वहां से इसे डिटेन किया गया है, जयपुर लेकर जाया गया। जिस तरह से जो राजस्थान की एसओजी है वो ये कह रही है कि सिर्फ ये मामला जयपुर तक नहीं है बल्कि अदर स्टेट तक फैला है। ऐसे में गुरुग्राम का नाम सामने आ रहा था और अब जानकारी सोर्सेज से मिली है कि यस नाम का एक लड़का है जिसे राजस्थान एसओजी ने डिटेन किया है। चूंकि प्रीति अब इस मामले में सीबीआई की भी एंट्री हो गई है, सीबीआई ने केस री-रजिस्टर्ड किया है, तो अब आगे की जांच वो सीबीआई की टीम करेगी। जितने भी अक्यूज्ड अरेस्टेड हैं या डिटेन हैं उनसे सीबीआई की टीम पूछताछ करेगी। प्रीति,
बहुत शुक्रिया Arvind. My colleague Arvind, who's been getting the news first right here on the network. There has been another arrest of a youth that has been picked up, who has been picked up from Gurugram and taken back to Rajasthan by the Special Investigative Team, SIT, from Rajasthan. We're going to continue to get you details in terms of what role did he play. But clearly one thing has been established, that entire paper leak racket was to an extent which was mass enough for the NTA to gauge that the best move would be to cancel the examination altogether. We're going to keep a keen eye, but let's quickly get to the latest political developments, or the lack of which are coming in from the state of Kerala. 9 days after the UDF's big win in Kerala, Congress is still struggling with the Chief Minister's name. What should have been smooth transition has turned into a fierce power battle with back-to-back meetings, Delhi consultations and intense factional lobbying. Well, the two favourites right now, once again, it seems KC Venugopal, General Secretary Organisation of the Congress frontrunner, but more popular, at least on ground, with what is being reported, Mr. Satishan.
Eight days after the UDF's massive victory in Kerala, Congress still has no chief minister face. What should have been a smooth transition has now turned into an ugly power tussle. Marathon meetings, endless Delhi consultations, factional lobbying at full throttle. But still, no final decision. The ball is now completely in the Congress High Command's court. Former KPCC presidents and senior Kerala leaders who were summoned to Delhi met Rahul Gandhi. Sources say the momentum is now clearly with KC Venugopal, with most MLAs backing him and 5 out of the 9 leaders consulted on Tuesday also said to be supporting him. And now, the big scoops from inside the Congress war room. KC Venugopal has emerged as the clear frontrunner in the CM race. Ramesh Chennithala remains the fallback safe choice if the High Command looks for a compromise formula. VD Satishan's aggressive lobbying for the top post may have backfired and dented his chances. Rahul Gandhi has personally stepped in and met key stakeholders to break the deadlock. And Congress top brass is now scrambling to wrap up the leadership crisis within the next 1 to 2 days. Meanwhile, Congress is also firefighting within the alliance after IUML leaders publicly backed VD Satishan, forcing Delhi to open back-channel talks to contain the embarrassment. 8 days after winning a massive mandate, Congress appears more consumed by infighting and power equations than governance. And the bigger question is, if Congress cannot manage its own house after a victory, how will it manage Kerala? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so we thought we were going to have some fun with this. India Today on social media threw out a question and conducted our own in-house poll. Who will emerge as the new Kerala Chief Minister was our question, and these were the figures that were polled. As VD Satishan, a clear front runner, at least on social media, 66% polled in his favour. KC Venugopal was polled 24% and 9% is Mr. Ramesh Chennithala. All right, well, this was just like I said. Take it with a pinch of salt. It's a social media poll that we started, and these are the results, which seemingly suggest that VD Satishan is the most popular, at least where his support base on social media is concerned. But let's take it now to analysts who are joining us this evening. KJ Jacob, Executive Editor, Deccan Chronicle, Rashid Kidwai, author and political commentator. Before we cut across to Kerala today, let's get in the Delhi perspective from Rashid Kidwai. Rashid Kidwai, every day we are told by tonight the name is going to be out. When are we expecting the name? Is it now? The latest is maybe a day or two. What's going on within the Congress camp?
So Preeti, it's very simple. I think Rahul Gandhi has made up his mind in favor of KC Venugopal. There is a resistance. So Rahul Gandhi and his managers, including Mr. Kharge, have a task to soften the blow and make VD Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala see reason. That's the long and short of it. Whether Rahul Gandhi will be able to execute his plan or not, there are a lot of resistance. There are a lot of allegations against KC Venugopal are there, and some of the allegations that Preeti, you may have heard in the past are resurfacing. And there's also a thing that MLA should be the chief minister, but Rahul Gandhi has a problem in hand. Preeti, as far as the Delhi politics is concerned, because unless Mr. K.C. Venugopal goes, a new person like Ajay Makan or somebody cannot step in as General Secretary in charge of organization. What will they do? There is no place where they can, accommodate K.C. Venugopal.
So, Rashid, I'm not being able to understand that, for all our viewers who are joining us, so at one end, is it that basically the High Command wants to get rid of K.C. Venugopal as General Secretary organization and want to send him to Kerala? Because some would suggest that's not really a good idea. Once the High Command tried to impose their will, we know what went down in Punjab.
So, Preeti, actually, High Command wants to reward Mr. K.C. Venugopal for his, role as GSO for since 2019, and get him a hot chair and a coveted post of Chief Minister in Kerala. But there is resistance from the ground, from allies, from within the party, because both Mr. Satishan and Ramesh Chandra have made it clear they will not join that cabinet, and that will be a huge setback. So, therefore, Rahul Gandhi, as I said, yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is caught between this conflict of rewarding a favorite and acting, as a Democrat. So that is his sort of dilemma. That is his problem.
All right, so that is his dilemma. KJ Jacob, that's the Delhi view, where the High Command is in a bit of a catch-22, whether to reward K.C. Venugopal and give him the chief ministerial berth, or, at the cost of rubbing allies of the Congress, not just allies, Mr. Satishan and Mr. Chenithala himself, the wrong way.
The more they drag the issue, the more complex it gets. The problem is that if the High Command really wanted to reward him, then they could have done it on the second day. Generally, all the allies go by the decision of the Congress High Command. Generally, even they are not consulted. The Congress selects its leader and he'll become the chief minister. Now, what has happened is that, this has gone to the street. Now, the Congress High Command consulted the allies. Now, the allies have to, they are answerable to their people. Now, they have also come in, they are also stakeholders now. So it's getting more complex now. A decision which should have been taken by the Congress now spans out to the entire UDF. Now, every single ally will have an opinion of its own, and the Congress will have to reconcile to each and everything of it. So the Congress invited an unwanted complex situation, and it's finding it very tough to get out of that. Now, the ally generally, as I told you yesterday, the allies generally don't express their opinion in the public. Maybe they're consulted. They're very silent about it. In general courts, they go by the decision of the Congress. Now they have also a stake in it. They have publicly taken a stand. Now, what we understand is that the Muslim League is very angry about it. They have been consulted. Their opinion was sought. Now they are not communicated what the decision is. So, and they are going to hold a meeting tomorrow. So it's getting more and more complex.
More murkier. More complex, more murkier.
More
but
murkier,
Mr. Kidwai,
exactly.
I want to bring you in on this. The fact is, some would suggest that the reason why also the High Command, other than just wanting to reward K.C. Venugopal, also will give him the chief ministerial chair, because most of the MLAs have given his name. But the counter to that is, especially that is coming in from the local Congress unit, that K.C. Venugopal was General Secretary organization. A lot of the tickets were distributed under his watch. So the local Congress unit says this is practically rigging of the polls, where, of course, if somebody's been given a ticket by Mr. K.C. Venugopal, he will vote in Mr. K.C. Venugopal, where the MLAs are concerned.
Yeah. So, Preeti, I think it's much more than the ticket part. Ticket is one aspect of it. Then comes the, kharcha. And that is where, a packet also comes from AICC, and the packet is also many times routed through GSO. GSO has a thing that, how much is to be given, who's a favorite to win and all. So I think this money factor also, Preeti, you have to weigh in, because that also plays a very, so loyalty sometimes is, is earned through these means also in political parties. That's also playing a role. But Satishan is very grounded person. So on the ground, and that is where I think, as Mr. Jacob is saying, every passing day is becoming difficult, because the ground voices are becoming louder. And it will be very difficult for K.C. Venugopal to run as chief minister, because if the two big leaders are not cooperating with him, then that will be very difficult.
Well, Mr. Jacob, would you want to weigh in? Has Mr. Satishan actually dug in his heels, nothing doing. I'm the most popular. I've done the hard miles where the state is concerned, and my name needs to be on the Chief Minister's chair. Is that what's going down?
That was his legitimate claim. He is a good strategist, and he has planned out UDF's plans for the election. So he has his claims. But what is his undoing is the overwhelming noise that is coming out from the allies. That is not a great idea that the Congress High Command can stomach. Of course, they sought their opinion, but everybody has now become louder. And this is not something that the Congress High Command is very comfortable with, because the Muslim League, though it has a name Muslim attached to it, it's a secular party in Kerala, but it is seen as a communal party outside it. Even the raising of a flag of the Muslim League was seen to be the Congress appeasing to the Muslims outside of Kerala. This has happened all the time. Muslim League has been a steadfast ally of the Congress for decades. It is not seen as a communal party, but when it goes out, when the scene goes out of Kerala, the Muslim League becomes a communal party. Now, the Congress can't be seen as appeasing to the Muslim League now.
So you're saying there's a catch-22 there as well?
This is the latest problem the Congress now grappling with. This would not have been there if they sought to address it in the first instance. The results came on Monday. They could have taken a decision on Tuesday and Wednesday. This would not have been happening. As Mr. Gidwai pointed out, if they really wanted to reward Mr. Venugopal with the Chief Minister's post, they could have definitely imposed it, because the Congress legislative party left it to the Congress president.
Right.
And without making everybody involved in the process, they could have just made the decision and say, this is the choice.
So you're saying they basically complicated their own lives?
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. This is what has happened.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate both of you for joining us. I'm sure we'll have you again on the show tomorrow, because the Congress is nowhere close of actually deciding on a name there. We're going to leave it at that. I'm going to quickly dip into the latest news break before we go into a break. And that is coming in where the cancellation of the NEET exam is concerned. The Education Ministry sources have told us prioritizing student welfare and the credibility of the examination system, a historic decision has been taken to reconduct NEET. The Education Ministry acted swiftly, sensitively to ensure transparency and fairness. As soon as indications of irregularities in the examination surfaced, the exam was cancelled without delay and a CBI inquiry was ordered. The Education Ministry has clearly stated that no compromise with the future of students will take place. Some will turn it around, because viewers, in 2024, the Education Ministry had promised each of the points that today the Education Ministry is promised. What happened in 2 years? Why wasn't action taken? Why weren't the gaps plugged? Why wasn't the future of the students and the young careers be safeguarded? Food for thought. Quick break. Stay with us. On the other side, Gaurav Sawant.
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akaje, infused with Jeju grown botanicals and powered by K-Beauty Science. Akaje, now in India.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ सरकार ढोल बजा रही है कई सालों से कि हम बड़ी मछलियों को पकड़ेंगे। उनकी नाक के नीचे अगर लगातार हो रहा है और क्रमवार तरीके से हो रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं हाईएस्ट लेवल्स पे संरक्षण मिला हुआ है। उन लोगों को आगे आके अपने एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को। और कोई अभी तक सरकार को जवाब नहीं आया है। किसी ने आके ये नहीं बोला कि हाँ ये गलती थी, कमी हुई है, हम इसकी जाँच करा के ये परिणाम लेकर आएंगे। और पहली जाँच का क्या हुआ? 24 में जो सीबीआई की जांच हुई थी उसका कोई परिणाम नहीं आया।
इस्तीफा मांगेंगे आप धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का?
इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, इस्तीफा देना चाहिए मॉरल ग्राउंड्स पर। जांच के बाद परिणाम क्या आएगा वो अलग बात है, लेकिन मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो होनी चाहिए किसी ना किसी की।
No drama, just the real Korean ritual in every bottle of Aquaje, infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Aquaje, now in India.
A global oil crisis, a Prime Minister's appeal for austerity, and now a full-blown political firestorm. With tensions in West Asia threatening global oil routes and fuel prices under pressure, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made an extraordinary appeal to the nation, calling it nation first, duty above comfort. The Prime Minister urged citizens to cut unnecessary fuel consumption, use public transport, carpool, prefer electric vehicles, avoid excessive gold purchases, and even choose domestic holidays over foreign travel. But the opposition launched an all-out attack. Rahul Gandhi questioned why citizens should pay for what he called the government's failure in energy planning. Mallikarjun Kharge linked the appeal to elections, accusing the BJP of turning to sacrifice politics. Akhilesh Yadav mocked the appeal, saying the BJP itself is the country's biggest crisis. The opposition also flagged visuals of Modi's Somnath roadshow and convoy, asking why citizens are being told to save fuel while the PM continues mega public events. The government hit back, calling the Prime Minister's appeal a national responsibility during global uncertainty. What began as a call for austerity amid global tensions has now exploded into a full-scale political war, with both sides battling over accountability, optics, and economic pressure. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by Adani, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. It is a matter of national shame that the National Eligibility cum Entrance Test undergraduates, that NEET UG for undergraduate medical student admissions, those papers have been cancelled after a paper leak. In our schools, when we pray to the goddess of knowledge, Ma Saraswati, what do we pray for? We pray for knowledge. We pray for purity of effort. And let me quote to you these immortal lines of poet Suryakant Tripathi Nirala, and I'm sure you've also heard this in your schools. You've recited this poem in your schools, the Saraswati Vandana. Varde Varde Veena Vadini Varde. Priye Swatantra Rav Amrit Mantra Nav Bharat mein bhar de. काट अंध उर के बंधन स्तर बहा जननी ज्योतिर्मय निर्झर कलुष भेद तम हर प्रकाश भर जगमग जग कर दे. What is it that we are praying for? We are praying to the goddess of knowledge for that light of knowledge. Tamso ma jyotir gamaya, that we hope to move from darkness unto light. But is that what is happening? Look at what's happening on ground. Those we trust for impartial, free and fair examination process, they're actually taking us from light to darkness. They're letting the nation down, and not once, repeatedly. This is not the first time that the NEET UG papers have leaked. These exams are conducted by the National Testing Agency, or the NTA. Let me tell you a little more about the NTA. This was established as a society on the 15th of May 2018 under the Societies Registration Act of 1960. Why? A self-sustained autonomous body of Government of India was created with the objective of conducting efficient, transparent and international standard tests in order to assess the competency of candidates for admission. Now tell me this, if papers are repeatedly leaking, are these efficient, transparent, and is this international standards? Is this gold standards? The Parliamentary Standing Committee, in its latest report, this is the December 2025 report, it says that NTA's performance in the last year has not inspired much confidence. The report says it's been brought to the notice of the committee that in the year 2024 alone, of the 14 competitive examinations conducted by the NTA, at least 5 faced major issues. As a result, 3 examinations, and I want to give the details of these examinations. The UGC NET exam, NET, the CSIR NET exam, and the NEET PG. 3 examinations had to be postponed. 1 examination, NEET UG, saw instances of paper leak, and 1 examination, the CUET. This is that Common University Eligibility Entrance Examination, the UG and PG, saw results being postponed. Is this what we want for our children? Is this what we are doing to our future generation? Take, for example, JEE Mains in 2025. These exams were held in January 2025. At least 12 questions had to be withdrawn due to errors noted in the final answer key of the engineering entrance examination. What kind of engineers will we have if the entrance examination cannot be sorted out rightly? The committee, and this is the Parliamentary Standing Committee, to observe that such instances do not inspire confidence of the examinees in the system. The Parliamentary Standing Committee noted NTA generated a surplus. This is the kind of money the NTA is generating from aspirants, from their parents. You and I are parents. We are looking at what's happening to our children. The NTA generated a surplus of around 448 crore rupees in 6 years. Now, the Parliamentary Standing Committee has suggested this money be used to strengthen the testing and monitoring of capabilities. This subcommittee also recommended creation of a nationwide blacklist of firms involved in exam irregularities. You can't be a great nation. You cannot be either a Vishwa Guru or a Vishwa Bandhu if your examinations are not clean. If your children can't be sure that the exam they take will take them to a brighter future. The May 3 examination that now stands cancelled was taken by nearly 23 lakh aspirants. 23 lakh. Imagine what's going through their mind. 50 people have now been detained, including Shubham Khairnar from Nashik, as the probe expands into a multi-state investigation. But that's cold comfort to those who took the examination. Parents, students, families. The National Testing Agency has handed over the case to the Central Bureau of Investigation for a comprehensive investigation. But what about past investigations? What action has been taken when problems have been found within the system? India Today incidentally has mapped the alleged paper leak trail. At the center of this investigation is Sikar in Rajasthan. Now, Sikar in Rajasthan is emerging as the new Kota. What is Kota famous for? All these tuition centers where people prepare for entrance examinations. Investigators suspect that the leak originated from Nashik, eventually reaching a doctor in Gurugram in Haryana. From there, the paper was allegedly bought by a man from Jaipur's Jamwa Ramgarh area before reaching the Sikar-based MBBS counselling agent Rakesh Kumar Mandwaria. These are initial investigations. But probably, this is just skimming the surface. This is a much, much deeper nexus that's operating in our country, and it's been operating unchecked for a very long time. Let this be the last instance. Now, sources are telling India Today, when these papers were circulated, again, through a one-on-one network and coaching centers, how did it travel and where all did it travel? It traveled across Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Bihar, Kerala and Uttarakhand. At least that is information as of now. If it's traveled wider, probably more information will filter in. Investigators believe that the paper was shared as a guess paper, a practice that's set to design and is designed to resemble the real examination. Now, shockingly, sources tell India Today the paper had been circulating for nearly 15 days before the exam. Those who bought the so-called guess paper bought it for a price ranging between 30,000 rupees, some paid as high as 28 lakh rupees for this paper. But I want to tell you, this is perhaps just the tip of the iceberg. Let's dive deeper, because this, ladies and gentlemen, very clearly is a national security issue. This is an issue that pertains to our future, your children, my children. Take, for example, from 2017 to 2024, there were over 70 cases of exam leaks, including recruitment, board exams, and this didn't happen across just one state in one part of our country. It happened across 15 states. Now, such alleged paper leaks or these malpractices, they've actually impacted 1.7 crore applicants across our country. Take a look at some of the biggest paper leak instances in recent years. And let's start with the most recent, the NEET UG examination. More than 22 lakh children, they've appeared for the examination before the NTA, the National Testing Agency, that's finally ordered the cancellation. It will announce fresh tests and fresh dates for the tests. But this isn't the first time this has happened. 2024, NEET UG faced a controversy over allegations of irregularities and inflated marks. 23 lakh students took this exam. The Supreme Court backed re-examination was conducted for 1,563 candidates who received those grace marks. The same year, UGC NET exam, University Grants Commission NET exam, that was cancelled just a day after it was conducted. The Ministry of Education said inputs were received from agencies indicating that the integrity of the examination may have been compromised. More than 9 lakh candidates had registered for those exams. Again, not an isolated instance. 2024, the Uttar Pradesh police recruitment, the constable recruitment examination had to be scrapped after reports of a leaked question paper. The exam saw the participation of over 48 lakh applicants, making it one of the country's largest recruitment tests. 2023, Bihar Police Constable recruitment examination, that was cancelled. There were allegations of widespread malpractice and paper leak. 17 lakh, more than 17 lakh candidates are appeared in those exams. 2018 CBSE class 10th and 12th board examination, they were rocked by allegations of leak of class 10th mathematics and class 12th economics papers. More than 28 lakh students were impacted, prompting re-examination and nationwide outrage. CBSE, that's supposed to be gold standard of examination. What next? Will UPSC exams be compromised next? And it's not as if there isn't a law in our country against paper leaks. There is the Public Examination Act of 2024, under which paper leaks have now become a non-bailable offense. There is talk of stringent punishment. There are provisions that are aimed at dismantling this organized crime. Remember, this is organized crime. There are cheating rackets and mafia that operate across our country. Education is big money. Anyone found guilty of leaking question papers or tampering with answer sheets can now face imprisonment ranging from 3 years to 10 years. there's a fine of 10 lakh to 1 crore rupees. But imagine this, even if that individual goes to jail for 3 years, look at the number of lives he's destroyed. More important, he's destroyed faith in the system, which will take a very long time to repair and rebuild. More importantly, courts have the power to impose both jail terms and financial penalties together. The law, which came into force in June 2024, permits authorities to attach or even confiscate properties of the accused in serious cases involving paper leaks. And every case is very serious. Confiscate their properties, put them in jail and throw away the key. Because they're playing with the future, not just of students, but they're playing with the future of our country. The crackdown should go beyond individuals. If institutions or service providers conducting examination are found complicit, they too can face legal action or penalties up to 1 crore rupees, recoveries of entire examination cost. And if an organized syndicate or gang is found to be running a paper leak racket, punishment can extend up to 10 years in jail. But is that enough? Do we need to do more? Despite this, papers continue to get leaked. The future continues to get destroyed. There's breaking news that's now coming in. We are now being told that the Education Department, government sources telling India Today that they are prioritizing student welfare and the credibility of the examination system. A historic decision has been taken to reconduct NEET UG 2026. The Education Ministry says it has acted swiftly. It claims it is acting sensitively to ensure transparency and fairness. As soon as indications of irregularities in the examination came to light, the exam was cancelled without delay. A Central Bureau of Investigation probe has been ordered. Now this, they claim, reflects the government's zero-tolerance policy. The ministry has clearly stated there will be no compromise with the future of millions of students in the country. Under no circumstances, this will be acceptable. But the bigger question is, why is it happening again and again and again? I want to quickly bring in Dr. Vikram Singh, a former IPS officer, former Director General of Police, because look, we must keep one thing in mind. We are the land of Nalanda University. We are the land of Takshashila University. How are our public exam systems leaking like a sieve? Why are we playing with the future of our country? And should this not be treated as a very critical national security issue? Dr. Vikram Singh, paper leaks seem to be like a very well organized mafia-like operation, and it's spanning across multiple states. And they seem to be operating with impunity. Year after year, we are reading these reports of paper leaks. And, you know, there's talk of a probe, there's talk of re-examination. But is that faith being destroyed, sir?
Good evening, Gauravji. Very rightly articulated by you. By having a cavalier attitude, a loose kind of an attitude towards paper leaks, we have quoted the recipe of disaster. I mean, you may be struck by lightning once, but if one is struck by lightning multiple times, there are horrible fault lines in our system, and we have chosen to look the other way and have allowed grass to grow underneath our feet. We have ignored the fault lines, and in the process, we have allowed this, or you rightly mentioned in your opening remarks, that this is not an ordinary crime, this is an organized crime. And an organized crime requires that it has not to be weeded out, it has to be stamped out. Unfortunately, the licentious manner, or in a manner that is so loose that the structure inbuilt infirmity is very much there in the system in which we have CBI investigation, many arrests, but no convictions. If there are no convictions, we have the law. We do have the law, the Public Examinations Prevention of Unfair Means Act 2024, but the act will only be as good if it is faithfully implemented. I dare say the law has been laxly implemented and the prosecution has been bad and the investigation even worse. If we have not been able to ensure the conviction and confiscate the movable and immovable property, rest assured, we are indulging in cosmetics and it requires for a drastic course correction. This is a national threat. And as far as this is concerned, apart from the national threat, please understand that so many children are on the verge of harming themselves. I would not like to believe what I'm reading on the social media, that many children, and I do hope that the parents and the teachers are there and to handhold their children so that no child takes this drastic action on herself or himself.
Oh,
This will
absolutely,
be again,
sir. Absolutely, sir. You know, we seem to be playing with the future of our children. If examination process is not pure, are we not destroying the very foundations of a strong India? When we say Vikasit Bharat by 2047, how will we be Vikasit Bharat if cheating is the way for some to get ahead, sir?
we cannot have Viksit Bharat, Gaurav ji, if we have substandard material, a material that has copied its way through to examinations and to prestigious medical colleges, etc. Then what will be the standard and the national disgrace that it is, damaging as it is to our prestige in India? Its consequences overseas would be even worse. Our degrees would be substandard, our students would be second grade, and no patient outside India, perhaps, or even India, would be very comfortable taking treatment from doctors who have passed through devious means. Therefore, it is a collective conscience of the nation to ensure that it is an error-free and addresses meritocracy only, and there is no scope for Munda Bhais anywhere that they should qualify the examination through unfair means. Therefore, it is in national interest, not just in the interest of our dear 22 lakh children, aspirants, their families. It is a human tragedy, no doubt, but it will be a national failure, because this failure is not only serial, it is not only calamitous, but it is also has assumed epidemic proportions. Just imagine.
You mentioned. Go on, sir. Complete your point. Go on, sir.
89 paper leaks in 10 years. I mean, what kind of a system do we have in checks and balances, and the brazen shamelessness with which you claim that we have done everything and we will ensure no heads rolling?
Brazen shamelessness, you say. Brazen shamelessness. I want to run our viewers through some of what's been happening in our country. And these are not your local unit test of class 1, 2 or 3. The JEE main 2021 paper leak case. The probe suspected the role of coaching centers. Was any wider action taken to ensure coaching centers cannot play this game again? 2024 UGC net paper leak. Now the Ministry of Home Affairs, it alerted the NTA about a possible breach within. Incidentally, the UGC net paper leak exam had to be cancelled. Then the NEET UG 2024. 6 toppers appeared at the same center in Haryana. Sir, does this not indicate over years and over vast territories, Dr. Vikram Singh, if this is happening, 1, it's a well-oiled system. 2, either the government is unwilling, incapable, or elements complicit that the system still continues?
Gaurav ji, there are willing accessories to the whole crime. It is not pickpocketing. It is not ordinary theft. It is 1,000 crores or multiple 1,000 crores of crime, and therefore there are multiple beneficiaries. And those who are the biggest beneficiaries perhaps are looking the other way to ensure that the deep pockets are filled up, and also that they are complicit in the crime. I'm speaking in very harsh words, but the ground reality and the obvious conclusions are that those who are benefiting from this crime, in fact, are those who are responsible for giving a transparent, fail-proof and foolproof examination. But they failed our youth, they failed the country, and this is the tragedy of the whole incident, that yes, those in positions of authority who were supposed to be absolutely impartial were perhaps complicit in the whole sordid drama.
Now, my colleague Maria Shakil spoke to the NTA chief. They claim all action is being taken. There is a probe and a CBI investigation was ordered immediately. Listen in, I'll get you more on the story.
There is a huge disappointment among the students. They feel that this entire testing agency lacks credibility and transparency. How will you assure the students that this scandal will not repeat? It almost seems like a pattern now, sir.
We understand the anguish and the anger of the students and the parents. I know a lot of effort goes into this preparing for this examination, writing this examination. But had we not acted, had we allowed these scamsters to be able to do what they tried to do. It would have further been something which would have not been fair for the large majority of students. So even though it's a tough decision on part of parents, on part of students, on part of NTA to conduct this examination, again, we take complete responsibility of that. We have said that we'll not be charging any more fees. We are refunding the fees that we had charged earlier. We are committed to conduct a zero error examination. I know till we actually do it, we will not be able to prove what we are saying.
Dr. Vikram Singh, the Parliamentary Standing Committee in its latest report of 2025 says NTA generated 448 crore rupees, 448 crore surplus funds, which should have been used or which should be used to make the system tamper-proof. Very clearly, sir, this system does not appear to be tamper-proof. Is it time for heads to roll? And that should not mean transfer and suspension. That should mean hard legal penal action.
Excuse me, Gaurav ji, NTA is not a profit-making organization. It is supposed to have a transparent, fail-proof and foolproof examination system. Generation of profits, there are other Navratna companies who will do that for us, and they are doing a wonderful job. Now, the brazen manner in which they say, we have condoned the fees. Do you think for a moment that the NTA and Abhishek Singh ji are doing any favor to the students? The human tragedy that has happened, it is an irreparable loss and cannot be just wished away or swept underneath the carpet. Therefore, there is much more action to be taken, and I would strongly recommend that heads should roll. Those who are serial offenders, and when I say serial offenders, who have failed our youth and the nation multiple times, they need to go. For heaven's sake, don't make a bigger mess of the NT than what you've already made it to be, a laughing stock and scandal mongering. Therefore, the nation calls for an absolute, transparent, and an absolutely efficient organization. Just imagine, had something like this happened in the uniformed services, I think even had he been a brigade commander or a general, he would have been sacked then and there.
Yes, and when the government says postpone foreign travel or postpone buying gold for a year to save forex, look at the amount of forex or foreign exchange the country loses when students would prefer to study overseas. They'll take loans and study overseas because the system is more trusted. The education system is more trusted overseas. Is the government not letting the students down, sir?
The nation cannot be taken for a ride. I'm again very sorry to use harsh words, because this is hijacking the nation's youth and therefore the future. You very rightly mentioned, I'm too old to say about my children, but you are young, and the youngsters like you should be worried and concerned about the future of their children and the future of the nation. Indeed, I would say it is a national requirement. Instead of preaching what to do and what not to do, please do. Charity begins at home. And when charity begins at home, Gaurav ji, I think the first thing to do is to reinforce the confidence and the self-esteem of the youth. And the best way to do it is to give them a system where merit is recognized and copycats do not have a free run.
Dr. Vikram Singh, for joining me here on India Today on a very disturbing story. Many thanks, sir. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi tells the nation to postpone buying gold for a year or to postpone overseas travel so that the country can save foreign exchange, that it's a national duty, people listen to him. It's a suggestion, but people listen to him. Such is the level of trust in the effort that is being made to combat challenges that our nation is grappling with. Now, it's for the government to crack down on this paper leak mafia. Those in the system and those who are using the system from outside, and ensure that the trust in examinations that's rebuilt for a better future for our children and for our country, for the credibility of the examination system. After all, we pride ourselves in being the land of Takshashila and Nalanda universities. Our examination system cannot be leaking like a sieve in the manner in which it is, for some just to be lining their pockets. As Ian Fleming wrote in the 1959 novel, which incidentally in 1964 became this epic Bond film, Goldfinger. Remember these lines. Once is happenstance. Twice, it's coincidence. 3 times, it's enemy action. And paper leaks have happened more than 3 times. It is enemy action. Clearly, the time has come to crack down on this enemy within. from the enemy within, I now want to shift focus to the enemy across. 9 terror camps, 13 Pakistani aircraft, 11 Pakistani air bases. They were targeted during Operation Sindur, damaged or destroyed. That was the scale of India's response to Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror that bled us in Pahalgam. The 88-hour-long conflict between India and Pakistan in May 2025. For months, for close to a year, Islamabad claimed it won. It claimed that India's operations caused almost minimal damage across. Pakistan projected strength. Pakistan declared victory. A failed field general became a field marshal. Tonight, that narrative falls apart. The truth is coming from inside Pakistan. India today has accessed explosive videos that directly contradict Islamabad's false claims and absolute lies. This is a senior Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist caught on camera admitting that Pakistan suffered massive losses. Remember, for the first time ever, India hit Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. For the first time ever, despite being a victim of Pakistan terror for decades, India hit that Masjid Subhanallah of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur. Pakistan has been bleeding us. This is the first time airstrikes inside Pakistan's Punjab province. And this is where India exposed the deep nexus between Pakistani terrorists and Pakistan army terrorists in uniform. In one of these videos, this senior Lashkar terrorist, Saifullah Khalid, is addressing a rally in Faisalabad on the 8th of May. This event was meant to mark what Pakistan calls is its Operation Bunyan al-Marsoos. Instead, Khalid ended up acknowledging the destruction inflicted on Lashkar terrorists and headquarters at Muridke. That was one of the 9, but one of the most important terror hubs that was targeted during Operation Sindur. Another explosive admission came from Hafiz Abdul Rauf, the caretaker of that Muridke complex. During a public gathering, Rauf openly admitted that senior Pakistan Army officers, bureaucrats and political representatives, they attended the funeral prayers of the terrorists who were killed in Indian strikes because that is how closely they all operate as one family. But the admissions didn't stop just here. In another video from the same gathering, Rauf actually acknowledges that Pakistan failed to stop the Indian drones and Indian missiles from penetrating deep inside their defenses and hitting Muridke and Bahawalpur. On the night of the 9th, we were attacked again. Attacks occurred everywhere, including Noor Khan, Shorkot, Rahim Yar Khan and Bahawalpur. He confessed. The significance of the statement is enormous. Noor Khan, Shorkot, Rahim Yar Khan are those key strategic air bases of Pakistan that Islamabad claims suffered no damage, either untouched or negligible damage. Now Pakistan's own are tearing holes through those claims. Listen in.
पिछले साल ये 8 मई का दिन था जब हम मरकज तैबा मुरीद की जामिया मस्जिद उम्मुल खुरा और उसकी मुल्हका बिल्डिंग से अपने शहीदों की बोटियां उनके बिखरे हुए टुकड़े चीथड़े हम इकट्ठे कर रहे थे।
अगले दिन ड्रोन आ गया 8 को। आपके बेबी गुजरात भी आए हो, इस्लामाबाद, पेशावर, लाहौर, ड्रोन की तो छां होगी लाहौर पाकिस्तान में। अब ना हम उसको इंटरसेप्ट कर सकते हैं। 9 की रात फिर हम पे हमला हुआ, नूर खान बेस पे और ये शोरकोट बेस पे, रहीम यार खान एयरपोर्ट पे, बहावलपुर पे, आम लोगों पे हमले हुए।
Pakistan's own confessing to their night of horror. I want to quickly bring into this conversation Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, former Kashmir Corps commander. General Pandey, you've operated in Jammu and Kashmir. You've carried out counter-terror operations. You've commanded the Kashmir Corps. The truth has a very strange way of surfacing. We knew it, you knew it, but despite Pakistan's lies about victory, their own are revealing the truth. Does that prove the accuracy and lethality of Indian strikes? Pakistan may have denied it then, but the truth surfaces finally, sir?
I think, firstly, thank you for having me over here and talking about this revelation. And this video shows the fear and the scare on his face of this terrorist leader, or I'll not say terrorist leader, this terrorist head. The damages or the destruction which was carried out in that 88 hours, and I'll not talk of 88 hours. I'll just say on the night of 6th, they were struck and they were horrified. So these very leaders who are egging on young men to die for their cause, their facial expression was evident that point of time. Their military leaders, the way they were hiding, the shifting of the camps, Gaurav, which has started taking place in the sense they are now relocating critical elements into the depth, least realizing that Indian armed forces are going to search them no end to destroy when the orders come, is something very, very, this evidence which you bring out onto the television is very important, not for only Pakistanis. I think the Pakistanis know, the world knows, but I think there are a number of elements within our own country who don't want to accept it. That has been put right across by you so very beautifully by this this video. So there is one part which I like to say. But second is, please understand, there were enough visuals which Rauf talks of that the Pakistani military top leadership were standing along their leadership. In fact, the designated terrorist of the Americans was standing and leading the prayers when those bodies were laid out. Shroud in the Pakistani color, very, very strangely, when Pakistan military doesn't even accept their own soldiers who get killed and does not give that kind of a dignity to them, they were giving it to the terrorists who have been killed at Munich.
That's a very important point to make, General. But tell me this, will Operation Sindur, and now that facts are becoming, and thank God for an interconnected world, because even, Pakistanis who denied they were hit, those living in Rawalpindi were denying Noor Khan was hit. They see all these videos, and when they hear their brothers, their terrorist brothers confess, and that fear, they will also accept that they were hit. Will it deter Pakistan's military terror network, that Mil Jihad complex, or will this dose have to be repeatedly administered to the state sponsor of radical Islamist terror?
So this is a very good question which you asked, but I must tell you, like everybody will want to believe that a strike will ensure that they are deterred. This country, which is an artificial country, relies only on one facet, and that is to continue to have an enemy in terms of a religious divide, which Asim Munir said as much just about a week before that Pahalgam dastardly act happened in which people were killed based on religion. He said very clearly that we are two different people and therefore we have a different set of path. This destruction will have to be repeatedly carried out, right? But yes, it puts us not only sense of fear, it grips this element into a fear, and it goes down, retreats back for some time before they actually emerge as snake to carry out a strike again. I'll just very quickly give a few examples.
Absolutely.
And we went out for a surgical strike. There was a calm silence for a few years. Pulwama happened, Balakot was done. Again, we raised an escalatory ladder by using Air Force, striking somewhere near the IB when we hit those targets. This time, and then again there was a pause for a few years. And this time, if you actually see, for last 1 year, there has been certain control of fear which is going down in the mind of the Pakistani military and terror nexus. There is a fear. But yes, to believe that a radical mind is going to change and only one-time destruction is going to ensure that they will change their strategic direction will be actually be fooling ourselves. We need to be prepared for the next strike. But more importantly, we have to be prepared.
So what is more effective, General? What is more effective? These strikes like Operation Sindur, or unknown gunmen that Pakistan is so scared of, those unknown gunmen within Pakistan killing terrorists? Is that as effective as Operation Sindur? Because I'm told there are many terrorists who now they don't even want to come out in public because they're so scared that some amongst them will kill them.
So, firstly, I think this carrying out a strike is very important. it is important because it puts the military onto the spot in front of their own people, where they are losing their credibility very, very fast. The country is actually polarized against their military. They use this Pahalgam possibly to put the public behind them. It has not happened, right? So I think this is very important to put the Pakistani generals onto the spot. This is one part. The second is about gunmen, unknown gunmen. I will love to believe, right, that those gunmen are working onto our this thing. But I will like to put another theory about it. I think after this strike, there is a change which is happening. That change which is happening at the top leadership of the terrorist leaders, certain elements who are not allowing the changes to happen the way they were required to be done are being neutralized within their system, and not through the unknown gunmen or the Durandars. Which
Very interesting. So what you're saying is that is a more radical crop of terrorists. The next generation of jihadis, they are being prepared, or they are now coming to the fore. But I also want to understand from you, General Pandey, given your long experience in Jammu and Kashmir and in handling the state sponsor of radical Islamist terror, keeping Pakistan occupied along this 2,600 kilometer long Durand line, is that more effective? I'll just come to that point in just a moment. I quickly want to cut across to Arvind Ojha, joining us for more on this story. Arvind, ये जो वीडियो है, ये पाकिस्तान को पूरी तरह से बेनकाब कर देता है कि किस तरह से पाकिस्तान, जैसे ये आतंकी कह रहे हैं कि ड्रोन के साए आकाश में थे, क्या नुकसान हुआ था पाकिस्तान में और किस तरह का खौफ है पाकिस्तान के आतंकियों में?
देखिए, ये जो कन्फेशन है ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है। इम्पॉर्टेंट इसलिए है क्योंकि ये कन्फेशन दो ऐसे चेहरों का है जो पहलगाम अटैक के बाद काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेडलाइंस में थे। पहला जो लश्कर का टॉप कमांडर सैफुल्ला खालिद है, जिसने साफ साफ पाकिस्तान की रैली में कन्फेस किया कि मुरीदके में बड़ा अटैक हुआ था, जिसमें जो वहाँ आतंकी थे, जो लोग थे, उनके चीथड़े उड़ गए थे, उनके जो टुकड़े बिखरे हुए थे, उसको इसने खुद ने समेटा। दूसरा जो कन्फेशन है वो हाफिज अब्दुल रऊफ का है। ये जो टेररिस्ट है, ये भी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद काफी हेडलाइंस में आया था। जब मुरीदके में अटैक हुआ था, तब वहां पर जो टेररिस्ट मारे गए थे उनको नमाज जनाजा ये पढ़वा रहा था, और पीछे पाक आर्मी के कई सीनियर ऑफिशियल मौजूद थे। तो ये दोनों का कन्फेशन है। और इंटरेस्टिंग बात इसमें ये है, ये कन्फेशन कहाँ दिया गया? दरअसल ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान जिस तरह से फील्ड मार्शल आसिम मुनीर की पाकिस्तान में काफ़ी बेइज्जती हुई है, उसके बाद 7, 8, 9 और 10 मई को ये टास्क दिया था आसिम मुनीर ने लश्कर के आतंकियों को कि वो पाकिस्तान में रैली निकाले और जो पाक आर्मी है उसकी झूठी जीत का जश्न मनाए। तो ये झूठी जीत का जश्न मनाया जा रहा था, और उसी दौरान ये अलग अलग रैली में ये बड़ा कन्फेशन दोनों ने किया है कि किस तरह से जो पाकिस्तान के एयरबेस थे वहां पर अटैक किया गया, जो ड्रोन आ रहे थे उनको इंटरसेप्ट नहीं किया गया। यहां तक कि हाफिज अब्दुल रऊफ जो पाकिस्तान की आवाम है उससे भी दुखी है, क्योंकि वहां की जनता ये मानने को तैयार नहीं है। हाफिज अब्दुल रऊफ खुद वीडियो में कह रहा है कि जो पाकिस्तान की आवाम है वो हिंदुस्तान को नंबर दे रही है, हिंदुस्तान की जीत के दावे कर रही है, जबकि पाकिस्तान को वो नंबर कम दे रहे हैं, जिससे वो दुखी है। तो ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा कन्फेशन है। और जिस तरह से लगातार जो पाकिस्तान वो प्रोपेगेंडा फैला रहा था, उसकी पोल जो वहां आतंकी है और दो जो टॉप बड़े आतंकी हैं, उन्होंने पाकिस्तान में खुलेआम रैली में एक्सेप्ट किया है। गौरव,
अच्छा ये बताइए कि भारत सरकार में उस समय भारत के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने कहा था कि उनकी जो जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक लगभग 100 आतंकी मारे गए थे, और कुछ बड़े आतंकी नाम भी उनमें थे जो मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर में और इस मरकज तैयबा मुरीदके में आतंकी मारे गए थे, और जो 9 कुल मिलाकर आतंक के गढ़ जिनको निशाना बनाया गया था। बाद में वो आंकड़ा सूत्रों के मुताबिक काफी बढ़ा था। उसके बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं कि कौन से बड़े आतंकी मारे गए थे और वो संख्या कितनी बढ़ गई थी?
देखिए, वो 100 से ज्यादा आतंकी मारे गए थे, और लेकिन जो भी आंकड़े थे उसको पाकिस्तान ने छुपाया, और खासतौर से जो लश्कर के आतंकी थे, चाहे जैश के आतंकी थे, उनके जो हेडक्वार्टर थे उनको ध्वस्त किया गया था, उन्होंने ये आंकड़े छुपाए। लेकिन ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के ठीक 1 साल बाद लश्कर के जो टॉप 2 कमांडर हैं जो पहलगाम अटैक के बाद हेडलाइंस में थे, वो ऑन कैमरा ये कन्फेस कर रहे हैं कि मुरीदके में इतना बड़ा अटैक हुआ था कि वहां जो लोग थे उनके चीथड़े उड़ गए थे, उनके जो टुकड़े बिखरे हुए थे उसको खुद सैफुल्लाह खालिद ने अपने हाथों से समेटा था, और ये एक रैली में वो बोल रहा है। जबकि दूसरी तरफ हाफिज अब्दुल रऊफ वो सीधे सीधे पाकिस्तान की पोल खोल रहा है और शशि थरूर का भी नाम ले रहा है कि शशि थरूर उनके पोस्टर इंडिया में लहरा रहे थे कि वो एक टेररिस्ट है, जबकि वहां पर जो पाकिस्तान के लीडर और आर्मी ऑफिसर वो साफ इनकार कर रहे थे कि ये जमात का मसला नहीं है, ये तो पाकिस्तान पे अटैक है। तो जो मुल्ला मिलिट्री अलायंस है उसको हाफिज अब्दुल रऊफ ने कंप्लीटली एक्सपोज कर दिया, और वो पाकिस्तान जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे लगातार डिनायल मोड में था, खुलेआम रैली में जो टॉप टेररिस्ट है लश्कर तोयबा के, वो कन्फेस कर रहे हैं इस चीज को।
And when you look at the statistics, Arvind, आप इस खबर पर नजर बनाए रखिए, when you look at the statistics, more than 100 terrorists killed, 135 Pakistan army soldiers who were killed in combat were actually either mentioned in dispatches or given medals posthumously. Imagine if 135 were given medals or mentioned in dispatches, the number of those killed was much higher, because India's intelligence inputs seem to indicate that there was a battalion changeover that was happening in Lipa Valley, and there were 2 battalions of the Pakistan army that were located in an area where Indian Army's fire assault, long-range artillery fire assault was carried out, and the Pakistani casualties were much, much higher. Remember, Pakistani terrorists had killed Indian Army soldiers in Uri. Again, there was a battalion changeover that was happening. And it really pained us when more than 20 soldiers were killed in that terror attack. This time, more than 100 Pakistan Army soldiers, when they were killed, they were awarded medals. India's intelligence inputs seem to indicate that the casualties, fatalities in Pakistan were double of the number that Pakistan initially confessed, but then did not, it removed that list of medals. But there's more disturbing news that's coming in. Pakistan is not waking up. Pakistan continues to spread terror. There's a major infiltration bid that's been foiled in Jammu and Kashmir. Apparently, based on surveillance, the army noticed suspicious movement approximately 300 meters inside own territory, and this is in the general area of KG, Krishna Ghati sector. KG sector is near Poonch and Rajouri, south of Pir Panjal, and this was inside own territory. This was around 4 this afternoon. Information that's coming in. White Knight Corps, which is the Nagrota-based corps. It's the Nagrota Corps' AOR, or area of responsibility. It responded. Information coming in that infiltration bid has been foiled. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Ashraf Vani, who's getting us the latest on this big story. Ashraf, apparently inputs seem to indicate there have been casualties on the other side. Some terrorists have been killed. What more do we know?
No, absolutely. This infiltration bid was filed at about 4 p.m. Today, when a suspicious movement, as you said, was monitored on the surveillance equipment installed on the line of control in the Krishna Ghati sector of Mender in Poonch district, and the army on the LOC responded immediately to this suspicious movement, and one infiltrator was killed. That has been confirmed by the army, and still the search operation is currently going on there, because it is believed probably there may be some other person with this group. One of them has been killed who was inside the Indian territory almost 300 meters, but a major infiltration bid has been filed. You know that this is the time when the most of infiltration did not took place, but feeling the shortage of terrorists, particularly during last 3 months of encounters in the Poonch, Rajouri, as well as in the Kishtwar, the handlers of these terrorists are desperate to push more and more terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir so that they can keep pot boiling here in the Jammu and Kashmir.
Keep tracking that story. I'll come back to you for more. Perhaps more fire assaults are needed on terror launch pads and bases across the LC. Ashraf and our team, Sunil Ji Bhatt, they'll continue to get us the latest developments. But from the northern, the borders in Jammu and Kashmir, the LC, I now want to shift focus to the international border in the eastern flank. 2 days after being sworn in as the first BJP Chief Minister of West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari has moved aggressively to put border security at the center of Bengal's security and politics. So the very first cabinet meeting of the Shubhendu Adhikari government, the new BJP government has announced that all land required by the border security force for fencing along the India-Bangladesh border will be given and transferred to the Union Ministry of Home Affairs within the next 45 days. Imagine, it had been a long wait of a decade during the Mamata Banerjee government, the earlier government, for the MHA to get land, and the Home Minister raised this not just with the Bengal government but even on the floor of the House repeatedly, that more than half a dozen meetings were held with Mamata Banerjee, with the Chief Secretary, with officials of Bengal government, desperately pleading for land, for border security, but the then Bengal government did not provide it. Now, Shubhendu Adhikari says within 45 minutes that work will be done. West Bengal shares about 2,216 kilometer border with Bangladesh. That's the longest border shared by any Indian state. So nearly 1,648 kilometers, that's been fenced. About 456, between 450 and 456 kilometers of feasible border fencing. That work is still pending. It's still incomplete. The bigger controversy lies in the delays. Land is not available. Imagine, in our own country, to protect our own country, a state government in the past refused to give land to the center to put up that border fence. Despite the center already acquiring and paying for nearly 127 kilometers of land, Mamata Banerjee government had handed over less than 8 kilometers to the BSF, prompting sharp observations, including by the Calcutta High Court. That why is it that land is not being provided? The BJP government's hardline posture has triggered angry reactions across the border. Those images that you see on your television screen, that's Bangladesh. So because a border fence is being put, Bangladeshi radicals, they are up in arms. Several Bangladesh-based Islamist organizations are holding protest rallies in Dhaka. Why? They say Muslims are being targeted in India after Bengal elections. Look at the kind of propaganda these elements create. Islamist leaders, they raised very aggressive anti-India slogans. They alleged attacks on madrasas and mosques. They issued a warning to India that country is dependent on India even for the most basic things. And these radicals, they're issuing warning to India. They're threatening India about safety of Hindus in Bangladesh, who've already been targeted when Muhammad Yunus, so-called, he was the Nobel laureate, he was, but Hindus were targeted when he was at the helm of affairs. Now, they're threatening that in case something happens to Muslims in India, Hindus will be targeted in Bangladesh. Look at the language of that country. But let me get you more on this story.
তোমরা কি করবে সেটা তোমরা ধারণা করতে পারো না। মুফতি আমিন সাহেব রাহমাতুল্লাহ আলাইহি যেই বক্তব্য দিয়ে আসছিলেন, যেই ভারতমুখী রং মাস করার পরে ঢাকাতে এসে বলছিলেন দিল্লির মধ্যে কালেমার পাতা উদ্দিন হবে, আমি দেখতেছি সেই সময় আবার আসতেছে তোমাদের দেশ খান খান টুকরো টুকরো হয়ে মুসলমানের ইসলামের পতাকা দিল্লির মধ্যে উঠবে।
I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Tapas Sen Gupta joining us with the latest. Tapas, you've covered the story very extensively over the years. Now, when Shubhendu Adhikari as Chief Minister of Bengal says land will be provided in the next 45 days, what were the hiccups? How will it happen? And does that mean Indian borders will be, the India-Bangladesh border will be more secure in 45 days from now?
Well, see, Gaurav, the crux of the matter is that 90%, as my sources within the Home Ministry here have confirmed, that approximately 90% of the land procurement process was complete. It was the erstwhile government that delayed in handing over the land to the BSF. The lands were identified, the lands were almost on the verge of handing over. But somehow at the block level, when everything was finalized on the top level, it was said that it cannot be handed over because there are a lot of encroachment in and around the border, close at a close proximity to the fence, so they should not be touched upon. But now what Subhendu Adhikari have decided and categorically stated that within the next 45 days, the plan of action will be executed and the entire stretch of land, at least 90% of the land which is available, which have already been demarcated, can be handed over to the BSF in no time. So it's just a matter of time that when we can see a complete border, the places which were porous erstwhile, there were no fencing, the entire stretch would be fenced. Yes, there are multiple locations.
So the last 30 seconds I have on this part of the show, can you explain to me, will people have to be displaced? Will homes have to be removed? Why is it that land was not provided? Is it like an empty stretch of land where a fence can now come up? How will this fence come up that could not come up earlier?
Well, see, it was basically, Gaurav, it was lack of political will, because there was good compensation that the central government was ready to provide. The lands were demarcated. Actually, 90% of the entire stretch of land that is required to be transferred to the BSF have already been demarcated. Only the legal process had to get a seal from the state government that the erstwhile government did not do. And as far as displacement of the border population is concerned, there have been multiple locations identified earlier jointly by BSF, CPWD, and also the state government, that where these people can be displaced, not very far away. So those things are already done on ground, but it was lack of political will that the work could not be executed. Now the BSF have come into forefront. The BSF, CPWD, and the State's Home Ministry are working. Also, the Central Home Ministry joining, working in tandem to get the work done in next 45 days. And it doesn't seem to be a very indomitable task. It's very much possible, and we are hoping that the unfenced border will be fenced in, maybe if not 45, maybe in a couple of months' time now.
Keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more, even on a critical national security issue like fencing at the India-Bangladesh border. The erstwhile government of Mamata Banerjee, the Trinamool Congress government, was unwilling to provide land for border fencing. Now, is that how we will run a federal system where the state refuses to cooperate with the center, as the Home Minister put it, even on critical national security issues? And perhaps the voters saw through this. We'll be tracking that story very, very closely, because whether it's a state government or a central government, we're all Indians and we all must keep India first. Many thanks for watching.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like I said before, we better own the sin. Like I said before, we better own the sin.
Correcto. The taste of success.
No hacks, no drama. Just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Aquaje. Infused with Jeju-grown botanicals and powered by K-beauty science. Aquaje, now in India.
Like a dream come true. You make me rise with you. In the sky of our own. Feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo. It's the way you make me feel.
no drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akaje, infused with Jeju grown botanicals and powered by K Beauty Science. Akaje, now in India.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ सरकार ढोल बजा रही है कई सालों से कि हम बड़ी मछलियों को पकड़ेंगे। उनकी नाक के नीचे अगर लगातार हो रहा है और क्रमवार तरीके से हो रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं हाईएस्ट लेवल्स पे संरक्षण मिला हुआ है। उन लोगों को आगे आके अपनी एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को। और कोई अभी तक सरकार को जवाब नहीं आया है। किसी ने आके ये नहीं बोला कि हाँ ये गलती थी, कमी हुई है, हम इसकी जाँच करा के ये परिणाम लेकर आएंगे। और पहली जाँच का क्या हुआ? 24 में जो सीबीआई की जाँच हुई थी उसका कोई परिणाम नहीं आया।
इस्तीफा मांगेंगे आप धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का?
इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, इस्तीफा देना चाहिए मॉरल ग्राउंड्स पर। जांच के बाद परिणाम क्या आएगा वो अलग बात है, लेकिन मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो होनी चाहिए किसी ना किसी की।
No drama, just the real Korean ritual. In every bottle of Akaje, infused with Jeju grown botanicals and powered by K Beauty Science. Akaje, now in India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sorry.
Presented by JK Smart Tire. Save fuel, stay safe. Co-presented by CP Plus. ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है. Co-powered by Jindal Stainless. Co-powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. Let's tell you what's the big talking point this Tuesday night. NEET paper has been leaked yet again. The examination cancelled. Lakhs of students now face uncertainty. Once again, will heads roll over the NEET mess? Among my guests will be the director of the National Testing Agency. We'll also be looking at just why markets are so spooked by Prime Minister Modi's austerity call. Among my guests, market guru Nilesh Shah will join me. So we've got plenty, as always, to look forward to. But first, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The NEET undergraduate exam is cancelled after a paper leak. 2 suspects so far taken into custody. CBI registers a case, begins a probe. Sources say at least 150 students got the leaked paper in Rajasthan. A nationwide network is being exposed. Political war escalates over the NEET exam leak fiasco. Opposition slams Centre for Repeated Mismanagement of Exams. NTA DG tells India Today he is responsible, assures that the culprits will be punished. It's 9 days since the announcement of the Kerala results and a Congress sweep, but no decision yet on the Chief Minister. Marathon meetings continue in Delhi. Former Kerala Congress President K. Muralidharan says decision likely tomorrow. Controversy erupts after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay appoints his astrologer as officer on special duty. TVK ally CPM Congress VCK called the decision unacceptable, asked Vijay to reconsider the move. Big split in AIADMK. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay meets AIADMK rebels ahead of crucial floor test. SP Velumani chosen as AIADMK legislative leader after he openly backs Vijay. Palanisamy has been isolated. Hemanta Biswa Sarma sworn in as Assam Chief Minister for a second term. 4 ministers also take oath. Prime Minister Modi, top union ministers attend the swearing-in ceremony. Bloodbath continues on Dalal Street. Sensex Nifty continues to fall. Rupee also tumbles to a new low amidst volatile oil markets. Amidst escalating tensions in West Asia, Pentagon official says Iran war cost them $29 billion so far. Trump disapproval ratings plunge to also jumped to 72% amidst peace talks deadlock. And Delhi High Court issues a notice. But the big story that we are breaking at the moment, Rajasthan police has now handed over the names of 150 students and 70 parents who have got the leaked papers, the leaked guest papers in the crucial pre-medical NEET undergraduate exam. 2 suspects have been arrested so far. Suspects are Shubham Khairnar. He's been arrested from Nashik, where reportedly the scam began, then spread to Rajasthan. The paper was allegedly bought by Khairnar for 10 lakhs and then he further sold it for 15 lakhs to a Haryana-based buyer. Another suspect, Yash Yadav, Rajasthan. So it's a nationwide network that is being exposed in India's largest exam. Divyesh Singh is now joining me at the moment from Nashik. Divyesh, what are you picking up? How did this paper get leaked? Nashik has a printing press. Was it leaked during the printing or during transportation? How was it leaked?
Well, Rajdeep, primary interrogation that has been done with Shubham Khairnar, the accused who has been nabbed from Nashik, he allegedly sourced the paper from another person who he claims, as per his claims, is based in Pune. This was sent through a messenger app, and after that, Khairnar bought this paper or the guest paper for around 10 lakhs, further sold it for 15 lakhs. That is what he has revealed in the initial questioning with the Nashik police, with the Nashik crime branch. Also, regarding the paper being printed in a press in Nashik, police officials have said that Kernar during questioning has denied that the paper was ever printed in Nashik. But it needs to be corroborated further. Further investigation will be done by the CBI officials. CBI team has just reached Nashik crime branch and they have started questioning Shubham Kernar. Shubham Kernar, remember, is a medical student. He is a final year BA-MS student and was practicing, due for his final year practice, and that is why he was put up at Nashik. He is pursuing BA-MS from a medical college in Madhya Pradesh, Sihor. But since past 6 months he was in Nashik. Also, he suspected that he could be nabbed, and that is why he had changed his appearance. He had shaved his head, he had changed his clothing, and with the help of technical surveillance and intelligence inputs, police officials, after receiving the tip-off from Rajasthan SOG, Nashik crime branch officials this morning nabbed Shubham Kernar. He remains in the Unit 2 crime branch where CBI officials has just reached a while ago, and they've started questioning Shubham Kernar regarding the source of the paper. Shubham Kernar, during initial questioning, had said that he had
Shubham
sourced
Kernar,
the paper for rupees
so
10
Shubham
lakhs
Kernar,
from a person based in Pune.
Right. So Shubham Kernar seems to be now the prime suspect. Remember, all of this comes against the backdrop of repeated paper leak controversies. 2 years after the NEET 2024 controversy had triggered outrage, the government had promised to plug all the loopholes. Guess what? We have another major paper leak of an examination where lakhs of students appear. This time, the National Testing Agency has acted swiftly, cancelled the entire exam, and promised a retest to all the students at the earliest. Why are India's examination systems finding themselves caught up in one controversy after another? Who will be held accountable? Will heads roll? It's our top story tonight.
After the NEET 2024 scandal shook the country with allegations of paper leaks, grace marks and inflated scores, history has repeated itself. And India's biggest medical entrance exam stands cancelled once again. Over 22 lakh students walked into exam centres on May 3rd, believing that this would be a fair fight. Tight security, strict frisking, surveillance, multi-layer checks. But behind the scenes, investigators now suspect the paper may have already been leaked and circulating. The Rajasthan Police Special Operations Group is probing claims that a so-called guest paper carrying over 400 questions was distributed before the exam, and shockingly, many of those questions allegedly matched the actual NEET paper.
7 की रात को जब ये मैसेज आया कि एक व्हाट्सएप मैसेज पे कुछ पीडीएफ फ्लोट कर रहे थे जिसमें कुछ प्रश्न मिल रहे थे, तो जब हमने उसकी जांच कराई लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज से, तब ये पाया गया कि कुछ प्रश्न उसमें से मैच कर रहे थे जो हमारे प्रश्न पत्र थे, और जो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन था उसमें भी यह प्राप्त हुआ कि 2 तारीख को और 1 तारीख को कुछ लोगों के फोन पे वो पीडीएफ मौजूद था.
It is alleged that all 90 biology questions and all 45 chemistry questions had reached select individuals before the examination. In Sikar, these papers were allegedly circulated inside coaching institutes as guest papers, with students being told questions will come from this only. Sources claim the paper was resold repeatedly for amounts ranging from 5,000 rupees to 30 lakh rupees, exposing what investigators now suspect is a highly organized multi-state racket. The centre has now ordered a full-scale CBI probe. The Nashik police, acting on information from the CBI and the Rajasthan police, have already taken a suspect into custody. Shubham Kernar, the suspect, is a third-year MBBS student. For lakhs of students, the nightmare begins again.
पूरी रात भर जग के मेहनत करना, फिर उसके बाद पेपर लीक करवा देना, तो ये कोई लॉजिक नहीं बन रहा है।
आप जब एग्जाम दो, आपको लगे कि हाँ मेरा क्लियर हो रहा है और फिर आपको पता चले कि पेपर लीक हो गया है, तो फिर मेंटल स्ट्रेस काफी ज्यादा होता है।
बिल्कुल लगता है उनको ध्यान देना चाहिए, मतलब कड़ी से कड़ी सिक्योरिटी रखनी चाहिए नीट के पेपर के लिए।
Fresh dates will now be announced. No new registration will be required. Fees will be refunded and admit cards reissued. But the bigger question remains: if India's most high-stakes exam can be compromised twice,